All right. And I think we are live.
Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all
Good
for
evening.
waiting. We always got stuff going on here, especially when we start up. We have a little discussions and whatnot, and just went a little couple minutes over. But again, good evening to everyone. Happy December 1st, I think. Wow, time has flied. We are almost at the 1 year anniversary of our podcast, and we have all of you to thank for that. So,
Yep.
shout out to everyone that's in here. Shout out to Destiny. Shout out to Ancient Americas. I see you, man. Shout out to Luis Ramirez again, Gabby, Destiny, Eco Peruvian, and everyone else that's joining in. Again, thank you all for liking our videos, watching them, and we really can't be thankful enough. So yeah, tonight's going to be kind of interesting because we have not gone over too much. I think Juanchelo, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, regarding non-native people trying to pose as Native Americans.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, no, we haven't really delved into that much. I mean, we covered that one teacher that was doing some cringe shit. I remember that, but
yeah, but I think that was more so like she just wanted to dance to
yeah, she was just
something.
like she was just roasting up or trying to roast up on natives or something in a way, I guess.
That was pretty cringe. And I think that is
Yeah.
probably. I was the one that left the community post. That is probably the most cringe-worthy thing of this
Yeah.
decade for sure. Probably will. But, oh man, that was hard to watch. Anyway, so yeah, guys, we dropped the article in our description. And essentially, what the article discusses is a woman named Carrie Bourassa, I believe.
Yeah, Barossa, I
And
was there.
we're gonna read that article to y'all, and then we're gonna discuss. We're gonna drop the link for anyone who wants to join in on the panel, everyone that wants to. Um, but yeah, so what we're gonna do is just discuss our thoughts on this certain human being. Just a little summary. Essentially, this person is in Canada, and she served as a official for the Indigenous Health Department. We'll get more into that. And she was exposed. This is all very recent, and I think that this is really important to cover because this is a serious issue, in the Indigenous communities in North America, obviously the U.S. and Canada. And to be honest, I need to do more research as far as if there. I mean, I'm sure there are certain issues in you know South America too. Actually, I think there was a video that I saw, but we'll talk about that another time. Um, yeah, so again, for everyone that's came in, thank you all. Welcome. And we are going to go ahead and start. And I think I was going to show the first one, correct, Wanchaloa?
Yeah, we'll go ahead
All
and go
right.
with this first one.
The the
The
New
the
York Post or the cut.
the cut one. Yeah, we can.
Awesome.
I mean,
Sounds
for
good.
the record, guys, we haven't I think I read one a while back, like maybe yesterday or the day before, but these ones were just kind of reading fresh. So we'll go over all this together.
Yeah, we'll definitely go over this all together, and you can get our reactions, our views, and thoughts, and all that good stuff. Guys, I really was trying to figure out. I wanted to make this really good for us. And I wanted to get some music going, like AIDL does, but unfortunately, I'm still learning that. But I will get around to it eventually because I had some good music coming on. So let's go ahead and get to cut. I'm going to share this article with y'all, and we're going to scroll up here. I'm sure y'all can see it. Yeah, so this is Carrie, and I'll go ahead and start. This professor reportedly claimed to be indigenous for years. This woman, I don't know how. I mean, I guess there were people that were suspicious, or workers were, but man, I would have tried to snuff that out as soon as I could. But again, I know there's a lot of
Yeah. Well,
so many
I want to
different.
get into the nitty gritty, completely about what all she did, and because I'm assuming she's just completely white and she doesn't even trace to any natives, even genealogy wise. I think that's what I heard. So, but
Well,
we'll see.
yeah, well, the thing is, she was, and I don't want to reveal too much about the article, but she was Eastern European descent and Russian descent. But the thing is, the majority of the population of Russia, if I'm not correct, are of Slavic. But obviously, if you go like into Siberia and in the eastern part of Russia, it is like there's obviously a lot of indigenous communities in Russia as well. So Russia isn't necessarily a race of Russians aren't a race of people. So again, but that's indigenous to Siberia. It's not indigenous to the Americas.
Right.
So that's what I was kind of thinking because obviously I don't know. You shouldn't equate like people shouldn't equate like Russian automatically as thinking as European, although it makes sense obviously.
Well,
Um,
yeah, I mean, only a part of. I would say the majority of Russia is in Asia, so it kind of depends who you're talking about. I never really looked at the population statistics to know like what the racial makeup of Russia exactly is, but there's a lot of Asians in Russia, obviously.
yeah. There's tons of Asians in Russia, and obviously you have the the Great Expansion, which was I think when Russia originally was it was all just on the west part, like where Moscow is, and then they started to gradually expand, taking over indigenous communities in Siberia, and fast forward, and now you see why Russia is so big. They're much bigger, obviously, during the Soviet Union. I need to read up more about like how they're able to do all that stuff. I mean, obviously they had like guns and like a lot of weaponry, but still, because they got all the way to Alaska too, and the whole like how Russia did have Alaska at one time, and
Oh yeah, and then they
the
sold it
U.S.
to the
bought it.
U.S.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right. So it's interesting, like the time zones. I think is like you're on the very edge of Alaska. You're still in American. The time here, like for example, it's 9 here, so it's like probably 6 p.m., maybe 5 p.m. there. But like if you just go on the other side of the island or the Russian territory, not island, I believe it would probably be around, oh, I don't know, maybe 10 in the morning, maybe like in the afternoon. So just really crazy how time zones
damn.
work. Anyway, I
Yeah.
digress, ladies and gentlemen. I think some people had some questions here. I think Ancient America said, how long has she been in this position? Uh, we're going to get into that, and I think it was at least a few years, definitely. I'll have a better answer for you once we go through. I didn't remember off the top of my head, unless someone would like to answer that. Um, but yeah, it looks like we got, anyone else in here? We got Hispano in here.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Same.
let's carry on. So I'll start reading this, and we'll give our commentary as we go on. Another allegedly white woman has been accused of faking her identity as a woman of color, this time in Canada. Former scientific director of the Institute of Indigenous Peoples Health, Carrie Bourassa, has been accused of faking her Indigenous identity. But unlike the instances of Rachel Dolezal, who wrote an entire book about her decision to identify as a black woman on Marvel Comics editor-in-chief C.B. Cebulski, who advanced in her career by pretending to be Japanese, this time there might be some consequences. Yeah, like I'm always curious. Like, do people not realize the legal ramifications that they get into when they try to say that they're indigenous? Indigenous, and it's not. It's already bad that when you're not indigenous and you say you are, but then when you say that you're a part of a tribe, that's even worse.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're not part of an actual tribe and you're saying that you are a member, like this, just like what the hell is wrong with you? Like,
Yeah,
you don't
like
think it's gonna you think no people aren't gonna find out and come back? It's not gonna come back to bite you on the ass. Like, come on. So
yeah.
I
So
don't know, man. Like, I'm not even familiar with these other cases. They say Rachel Dolezal
I don't know
wrote a
her.
book about her decision to identify as black. I'm assuming it is a complete white person that's just, or I don't even know what the situation is with that. But do you
Yeah.
know?
No, I actually don't know. Unfortunately, maybe that's some other information I'll have to look up later. So we'll go on to this next paragraph. For over a decade, Barossa, an accomplished academic who had worked as a professor at the University of Saskatchewan, has publicly identified herself as Métis and Anishinaabe with Tlingit heritage. Pardon me if I butchered that. Over the years, she reportedly benefited from they benefit from
Yeah.
various grants and financial assistance programs meant to help Indigenous students, and once gave a TEDx talk. Yeah, she was on TEDx, which is funny because it reminds me of when we roasted
Oh,
when
the
we got
I
after that guy on
guy.
TEDx. Yeah, that
Yeah, I
was
remember.
Mestizo guy.
Dude, that video pissed everybody off, man. When we roasted up on that video, man.
Yeah, well, it actually really showed me how different like TED talks are compared to TEDx. Because I guess I'd realized that anyone can pretty much go on TEDx.
Oh, anybody can?
You don't have to have like great credentials to be on TEDx, which is I might have just ruined our chances to get on TEDx, but it is what it is. To talk about her supposed Métis identity. But a bombshell report published on October 27th by CBC News suggested that there is no evidence to back up these claims. In fact, both CBC and the New York Post traced her family ancestry to Eastern Europe, and her own colleagues have investigated with similar results. As Wiona Wheeler, an associate professor of Indigenous Studies at the U of S, told CBC News in October, there was nowhere in that family tree where there was any Indigenous person. So nothing.
Oh my god, dude! So she can't.
Not even like,
bro. Come on, man. Not even one person, dude. And you gonna fake this hard?
Yeah, like not. So she's not even like a percentage of Indigenous American DNA.
Yeah. She's not even. Yeah, and she's not racially that, right? She's not even racially that, right, or anything like that. And she doesn't even have the ancestry. So.
Yeah, and it's not really a good picture of her because it's in black and white. But when you see her face, like, I don't know, because it makes me wonder though if she obviously probably does it, Russian again.
Well, yeah,
so
she probably has
Siberian blood.
Yeah, the Siberian makes her have some of those facial features because she doesn't look like Elizabeth Warren, for example. She don't look like that.
Oh God,
so
Elizabeth Warren. We can talk about her later.
Well, she could probably just have said she was Asian, to be honest. Like, she's probably not even racially white. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know her background. I don't know all the nuances with race in
about
Russia.
Carrie,
right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's really complicated to me too. I really need to understand that better because I'm very curious in Russia, and I wish we knew some Siberians. Yeah. What was I going to say? Yeah, just like they do this to get benefits. Is that the underlying reason as to why like non-native people, get into these programs and say that they're native? So again, maybe we can have someone on better to explain this to us.
Yeah, but I mean, I just think it's like extremely slimy because it's like, don't you feel guilty? Like, as in, if it's not meant for you, why are you going to apply for any of those benefits? 'Cause, I mean, before on this channel, we've stated that even though our members, they could be, or the people that subscribe to this channel, like they could be racially native, right? They have a lot of native blood or DNA, right? We've never told people to go apply for any benefits because those are meant for like those traditional Indigenous people, right, that are still around in tribes. So
yeah,
even if you're racially that, because I mean, I've run into people that aren't even part of tribes that are 100%, right? I mean, so they're 100% racially native, but I mean, the benefits aren't for those people; they're for those Indigenous communities. I mean, I just like, even if you were racially native, I still don't think you should be applying for any benefits at all whatsoever. Like, unless again you're a member of an actual Indigenous community.
Yeah, like for myself, like I always like talk and stress to the point, like, for us that are like, reconnecting to our, Indigenous roots, like don't be saying that you're a part of tribes when you clearly aren't, because then that makes us all look really terrible.
Yeah, and don't be applying for benefits, bro.
Yeah, don't be applying for benefits either. So it's just stuff like that. But I think I can speak for a lot of the people that have subscribed here and that are like reconnecting that they wouldn't do such a thing.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. Going on, Bob responded to the allegations, and while she admitted that she might be lacking any documentation to prove her Métis heritage, she claimed that Clifford Laroque, the president of the local Métis society, had proven her ancestry and offered her membership in 2006. He did his due diligence. He didn't just give me a Métis card, she said in an interview with Saskatoon Star Phoenix just a few days after that CBC News exposed was originally published. Laroque died in 2018, and this due diligence has yet to materialize.
Man, I hope she's not lying about that, because if you're lying about something that somebody did and they're dead, that's just like that's even slimier than I don't know, that's just low.
Yeah, no, definitely, it's pretty low.
But I mean, the fact that they, like other people, multiple other organizations, people trace her genealogy and didn't find anything to prove it, lets me know this is probably a lie, or the guy just didn't know how to do genealogy. I'm just saying, because I mean, you would think that if the way you do genealogy, I mean, it's really cut and dry. I mean, it's very cut and dry with the records, right? So I mean, if multiple people went into my tree and traced the work that I've done, they would all come with the same results that I've achieved. It's cut and dry shit. There's no room. There's not really rooms for error unless you're just assuming shit or just or just take information at face value without like the supporting documents at every step of the way.
Yeah. No. I definitely agree. Like, no. Well, actually, it gets better here. It says in an official statement posted in 2000 or in October 27th, Bourassa claimed that LaRocque had adopted her in 2006 after the death of her grandfather, which she claimed was Métis as well, which she believed should be enough to confirm her Métis identity. So, it just gets more murkier.
It's getting murkier, man. Like, it's getting more outlandish.
Yeah. So in our Métis ways, in the event of a lost community, members would adopt the individual who had no family and then would automatically be seen as family, she wrote. Oral history and adoptions are the Indigenous way. In turn, I serve the Métis community to the best of my ability. Oh, man. Indigenous academics are skeptical of Bourassa's adoption claims, especially as it compares to her previous claims about having Indigenous ancestors. See, so she's going back and forth. In 2018, for example, Bourassa claimed to have met Tlingit relatives who believed that her great-grandmother was Tlingit, but she now admits that her great-grandmother was not Indigenous. As her former U.S. colleague, Dr. Carleen Tate, told the Saskatoon Star Phoenix, to claim that she's adopted is just muddying the waters.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just like it's just a contingency plan meant to buy time, I guess. But I mean, she's only delaying the inevitable with it. Not that I don't think it's even successful, to be honest, to even say the shit.
Yeah, no, it's just getting worse now. 4 days after the original CBC News article came out, Bourassa stepped down from the Institute of Indigenous Peoples' Health, and she has since been placed on leave from the University of Saskatchewan. I don't know if she should be placed on leave. She should be fired.
Yeah, because she's still getting paid, right?
yeah. Well, as far as I know, if that's how the university operates, and she's still getting paid. I don't know why they just didn't fire her. But she's probably going to make her great escape back to Siberia.
Oh, my God.
Bourassa does not appear to have spoken publicly since, but the incident has already had ramifications on how Canadian academia looks at Indigenous identity. On November 27th, U of S President Peter Stoshef and Métis Nation Saskatchewan President Glenn McCullum publicly announced that they would be working together to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. Per the agreement of the U of S, which previously relied on self-reporting from applicants, who will now rely on the Métis Nation Saskatchewan Citizenship Registry to determine one's eligibility. We believe that a part of the reconciliation is recognizing the Indigenous communities define and verify their own memberships. Yes. Stoshef said per CBC News. Under these new guidelines, Bourassa would not appear on the Citizenship Registry. Would not be eligible.
Well, see, I already thought they did something similar to this, or if not I actually thought this would be a given, like this kind of standard would be a given on when you're talking about benefits being on the line here, right? There'd be some sort of like thorough verification process. But if it was just self-identification, that's pretty crazy, dude.
Yeah, that is really nuts. I was going to leave a comment here because someone said I was saying it wrong. I swear I thought someone said it, pronounced it Métis. So if it is Métis, then, I do apologize.
I don't think it's Métis. I think it's something else I don't remember, dude.
Yeah, I might have to, I'll have to go back and figure that out.
Yeah, we do.
Just scrolling through the comments here to see if there's anything we can highlight and if anyone had any questions so far. No Hebrew Israelites in here, so I think we're good. No Wabos. Let's see any Hispanos. I think our stream is clean for now. Oh, it's Métis? Okay.
I don't know. I don't think it's Métis, bro. Let me ask Tomato. Wait,
Thanks, Destiny.
Okay, it's how Destiny said it then.
Pronounced Métis. Okay, well, we got it now.
Métis? Okay, Métis? Okay.
Sweet.
All right.
So, I think most of the people, obviously that commented on here agree that this is pretty crazy, and it makes me wonder just how many people are at least in academia, that are are being posing as Native Americans, or should we say LARPing as Native Americans?
Oh my god, we're gonna go back to LARPing, bro. Oh my god. Let's see. Luis says it's Métis, is what he says.
Métis.
Yeah, Métis.
Okay, well I got it.
Yeah. All right,
Métis.
Métis.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so obviously it poses a really big problem because indigenous people can't get benefits when you have idiots posing as Native Americans of communities. That's really terrible stuff.
Yeah, because she was essentially saying that she was from the Métis community, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I'm very curious of like the Métis community itself. Like, I don't know. We'll have to do a video on that when we meet someone from the Métis community. Yeah. But yeah, not only just like taking benefits, but speaking over others too. And I thought there was an issue that happened in the United States recently with that. I know we were talking about Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah.
And I think she literally, okay, so I guess when Trump called her out, she she did a DNA test in public for the public to see, and she was like, see, I do have one ancestor, or like something like that. So she was like saying that she was like all happy and proud that she had like one native ancestor.
I mean, at least she had one, bro.
That's
at least she had one, dude. God.
That's true. That was an interesting time. That was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was. But I just find it interesting that somebody that's like racially like white would, or just another race period, and they would want to pretend, or fake that they're a complete other race. I just think that's just weird because, I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I was like 85% white, I would just say I'm white, but that's just me, bro. Why can't you just be proud of what you are? Like if you are like majority one race, I mean, I think it's like you might as well just go with that. But that's just my view.
Well, I think the problem is with like non-native people that want to do this is maybe they do just do it all for like money that they think is going to come their way, and these benefits like getting into colleges or getting into job opportunities as well. So perhaps they can be like, oh, maybe they won't believe like what I'm like actually saying, or something like that. They'll fall for like their tricks and believe that they're actually native, and that's where we have situations like this. And maybe the hesitancy could have been like, well, I don't want to call this person out because I don't want to sound, like I don't know, just discriminating or like insulting them. I don't know what was the reason why it took so long. So you have to wonder what possible hesitance it could be, or just like it took a lot of time to do this research to find out about this person. Because again, it wasn't like recently this woman, Carrie, started like going back and forth, switching up her stories. So, yeah, it's messy. But yeah, I think we're gonna go over the other article, which I was gonna share too. Or did you?
Yeah. You can go ahead. Yeah, the one by Isabel.
This one was from Mary Kay. Lynch. I could pull up.
Okay, yeah. No, you can go with the Mary one.
Okay, cool. Nice. So yeah, guys, I'm going to go ahead and share that other article, and then after that, we're going to go open the panel for questions. We're 32 here. Not too bad.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, this is more of a quick video, but yeah, guys, sorry, like, we've been, like, gone for a minute. So, we're back now, though.
Yeah, we are back. So, this is a better look of like how she appears. So as you can see, I don't know, I guess people thought that she could be native in some ways. Again, like the whole like Eastern European, like Russian portion, she could have like Asian, Siberian, indigenous bloodlines. So, I guess I'll start this. Canada's Indigenous health expert, Carrie Bourassa, and again, it's very similar, loses job when, ancestry claims, it's all proven false. So, yeah, a Canadian medical researcher who rose to become the nation's top voice on Indigenous health has been ousted from her government job and her university professorship after suspicious colleagues investigated her increasingly fanciful claims of Native American heritage and learned she was a fraud. Carrie Bourassa, a public health expert who served as scientific director of the Canadian Institutes of Health and Research Institute of Indigenous Peoples Health, was suspended on November 1st, 5 days after the state-owned Canadian Broadcasting Corporation published a lengthy expose on her background.
Man, putting her on blast, bro.
Right? And again, like, you have to wonder, like, I don't know, like, why it took, like, years. So, from being a member of the Métis,
bro.
Métis.
Yeah,
I've got like 3 pronunciations, Métis. As she had long claimed, laborious trace of Bourassa's family tree revealed that her supposedly indigenous ancestors were in fact immigrant farmers who hailed from Russia, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. So
I mean, well, they are indigenous, but only to those regions.
Yeah, right? Yeah, they're to the Eastern European regions. It makes you feel a bit sick, said Janet Smile, a Métis professor at the University of Toronto who worked with Bourassa on a book about Indigenous parenting. To have an imposter who is speaking on behalf of Métis and Indigenous people to the country about literally what it means to be Métis.
Yeah.
Right. That's very disturbing and upsetting and harmful. Obviously, yes.
Well, I was gonna say, like, she's like, in a sense, like well, she would have a doctor, probably, like, science background, so she's obviously, like, talented at this. So it's like she could have definitely just achieved a similar height without having to fake her background, bro. And then she wouldn't even have a problem like this.
Yeah, she could have just told the truth in the beginning too, man. But now look she dug herself in this big rabbit hole that she's not going to get out of, and now I don't know if you can go to jail for doing this in Canada.
Well,
I don't know the
she
legal
might be,
system.
but I don't think she'd go to jail for that long if she had to go to jail or prison. My bad.
Yeah, or prison for that matter.
Yeah, probably not for that long, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know what the sentencing laws are in Canada. Maybe I would, if I had to give my own personal projection, if maybe 3 years. I don't know.
Do you think people should go to jail for this?
Either that or they get slapped with a hefty fine. Like, if you're taking benefits from other people and, like, completely claiming to be part of a tribe you're not, like, and harming, like, this level, like, it's just ridiculous. So yeah, I think they should go to jail for a period, or at least have to pay an immense amount of money.
Yeah, I'm reading some comments here. I guess there is no jail, according to Destiny. Self-identity rights in Canada, so it's a little bit different up there. In my opinion, though, I think the person should, face jail time.
Well, yeah, because I mean, she fraudulently obtained benefits and then a position that's meant for Indigenous people. So I just think that's all fraudulent and can be under that umbrella. So therefore, she should go to jail for a couple years, if not maybe just 6 months to a year in jail, but with a fine or something. That's what I would sentence.
Yeah. No, I can agree with that too. Suspended as a scientific director of Canadian Institutes of Health Research Institute of Indigenous People. Man, again, like what Dio Cole said, like how it got this far is always crazy. Colleagues began to doubt Bourassa's story as she began to add, claims of Anishinaabe and Tlingit heritage, again, like what was discussed in the other article, and took to dressing in stereotypically Indigenous fashion. Yeah, if you watch the where she was in TEDx, she was dressed in, like, Indigenous clothing, which is even more of a disgrace.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It started to unravel in 2019 when she appeared in full tribal regalia, draped in an electric blue shawl with a feather in her partially braided hair, to give a TEDx talk at the University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon. My name is Morning Star Bear. I watch that part.
Oh,
bro. She said tearfully as the crowd cheered. And she was crying, too. Oh, my God. Like, that's messed up.
Oh, my Jesus, dude. How can you drum up this level of, like, being such a faker, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, we finally got someone in the comments section that disagreed. I guess the president of El Salvador said, I don't think LARPing deserves jail time, but stealing money, yes. maybe I don't know. Maybe it does sound harsh to some people, but I think jail time
Well,
is
but I mean,
necessary.
because like the reason why I say jail time is because it's not really LARPing. Like you're fraudulently obtaining these indigenous positions and then fraudulently obtaining government benefits. If it was any other situation, you would get jail time for that shit. Like at least
Yeah,
here in the U.S., if you fraudulently obtain government benefits or something, that would mean you would get jail time. So why she's not getting jail time, I don't know. But that is Canada, and their laws are different from the U.S.
yeah. I agree. I completely agree. Like again, there's people, the actual indigenous people that could be suffering that could greatly benefit from this, and you're taking that money and everything from them. So yeah, I think jail time is necessary. I'll finish up here. I'm Bear Clan.
Dude, see that? Let me start you right here. That right there is so fucking cringy, dude. Like, if you're not actually a member of the, like, oh my god, dude, you know the amount of cringe it is to just say some shit like this, and it's not
Yeah,
true.
yeah. It's nuts. Like if I was to like LARP as some community, I would want you to like report me.
Yeah,
I'm Anishinaabe meet
Métis.
Métis, dang it, from Treaty 4 territory. She proclaimed as she described an impoverished childhood beset by violence. Probably lies too. But colleagues at the university where Bourassa held a professorship smelled a rat. When I saw that TEDx, to be quite honest, I was repulsed by how hard she was working to pass herself off as an Indigenous, said Wiona Wheeler, an associate professor of Indigenous Studies at the college. Wheeler, a documented member of Manitoba's Fisher River Cree, started digging into Bourassa's genealogical records and took her findings to the media.
Goddamn, Wheeler turned into L from Death Note, dude. And she researched that shit, bro.
What's Death Note?
Oh
I,
fuck,
should,
yeah, you won't get the reference. For people that get the reference, they'll know what I'm talking about.
I really need to catch up here with these references. So, but when she pressed to provide evidence of Native American heritage, Bourassa suddenly changed her story. Again, like she said that she had been adopted into the community, yada, 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 what happened there. And then even though this man had passed, like those bonds are even deeper, is what she said, death in the family, and as if, blood family, and so on. So yeah.
But see, look at this bar though. Look at the bar that they were just searching for. They weren't even wanting her to racially be Native, for example. They were just wanting evidence of Native American heritage, and she couldn't even qualify for that, dude. Like she didn't even have that. That's just what's insane, dude. It's like all evidence of Native American heritage doesn't even have that, bro.
Yeah, you have nothing, and yet you're still doing this. Like, I don't know what goes through their mind to think that. I don't know. That's when it makes me wonder, like, do more strict parameters need to be, like, put in place for this, like, crap not to happen?
Yeah, I mean,
For self, right? Like,
I mean, but they've already said, like the other article said that they were already putting safeguards in place, so it couldn't just be self-identification. Like you would have to provide some sort of documented proof that you are a member of like those communities that you're talking about.
Yeah, true. But, like, I don't know. I guess you couldn't make it more stricter than that, right? I mean, that's pretty much.
Yeah,
Like,
you could make it stricter. I mean, there's still other ways, right? So
that's true.
I just don't know why they didn't have those types of requirements in the first place. That's what I would have expected,
Yeah, no, I agree. I was going to add the last part here. This case is drawing comparisons to the Rachel person. And
We need to
going
fucking
back
see
to,
who this Rachel girl is, dude.
should I click?
No, well, no,
That'd
but
be
I'm just
weird.
saying later you need to fucking see who this Rachel girl is.
Yeah, we do. So yeah, we're gonna end that little share, and we're gonna look through some comments here. I think we will drop the link in for anyone that wants to, give their points. You're welcome to join, but you better be given points. You better not be some little rat that's trying to cause trouble. But yeah, there's I didn't realize how common that is, much more than I realized. I think as far as like how that happens so much in the United States and in Canada, and why like these indigenous communities in North America are extremely like strict and are quick to like call out, of what they say pretendians.
Yeah.
see here. Was a white lady pretended to be black and worked for the NAACP. Okay, I think I know who that is now. I remember seeing an article about that.
Yeah, but how do you pretend to be black? You're either black or you're not.
Should I pull up an image?
Yeah, I guess pull up an image, man.
All right, we'll pull up an image and we will see who this human being is. Okay, I'm just going to share again. Oh, thanks, Ancient Americas, for telling us that. Shout out to him. And here is Rachel.
All right, let me see Rachel. Wait, click on that shit, dude.
Huh?
Click
Click on
on
the
her.
article?
Yeah, click. No, yeah, click on her image again. Let me see. So she was just completely white, but I guess she tanned up significantly. I don't know.
You tell me.
Well, like click on these side by side pictures. Nah, that must be some spray tan, dude. I don't know, bro. Or just like
I don't
sheet
know.
tanning. I don't know.
So-
Maybe she like hit the tanning bed. Like I could
And
see.
she's-
But I mean, yeah, dude, because like she's like appearing to be like looking black here. But I guess they must have just been a bunch of fake spray tan or like just extreme tanning bed, like frying your skin up. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, so I guess she stepped down as the president of the NCAAP. Dang.
I wonder how
She
she
was
even
getting
got
into
found
some
out.
serious
Dude.
stuff. Should I just read a little bit? Maybe. Maybe I
Yeah,
can find
let's
something
click
here
on that
that's
New York
interesting.
time. Let's look at this shit. Well, New York Times actually, they might not even let you read it because they like always want to charge you money.
Oh wait, I'm reading it now. Well, I'm trying to find something that like specifically talks about her. Well, I guess I can go on. When she moved in, okay, when she moved into her uncle's basement in the largely white town of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Dozell was still blonde and pale skinned and identified herself as a white woman, one who had left a black husband and had a biracial child. But within a few years, she had already her deep commitment to black causes and culture intensified. Co-workers and relatives began hearing from her or others that her background was mixed race and even that she had called herself black.
Well, actually, I'm looking at more pictures of her, dude. Like, she clearly looks white in all these pictures.
Do you want to share the photos and I'll like cover this article up?
Yeah, let me share, like, what
Okay.
fucking share this stuff. Share screen. Let's go. All right, so I just pulled up, like, all that. So, look, like, right, on all these, like, she looks pretty white, dude. I mean, it's like, I mean, maybe in some of them, like maybe the lighting or maybe she used some spray tan a little bit, but like you can still kind of tell you're like she's not really black. Like, look at this picture. Like, you know, this is pretty obvious in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, someone Destiny asked where were we during this. I remember that face. I just don't remember the name. I remember what had happened a little bit. I just didn't look into it. I think this happened a while ago.
I mean, see, look, this is just clearly like a white person with some dreads, bro. Like, this is, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, she tried to make herself a little bit ambiguous to the point where maybe people would buy it, but I wouldn't buy it. Actually, looking at all these images. Yeah, I wouldn't buy it.
Well, the fact that she just,
again, this is a conundrum. So, okay, so then she's pretending to be black, right? But if you look at, and obviously we know Meghan Markle's mom or somebody was black, but then Meghan Markle also looks very white, but yet a lot of people will call her black. You know what I mean? So I mean, there is that. You also got to look at that side of it. You know what I mean? Like, so I guess if it's just tough. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, wait, but hold on. Ancient America said Karen plus black hair. That was kind of funny.
No,
but
man.
But what Meghan, does have her mother is biracial, correct?
I think it's something like that. So but I mean, she can really definitely, in my opinion, she can pass for white. I think, but she's still seen as black a lot. Like the news media will still call her black.
That's true. The media does call her that, and then like I don't know what they call her kid, but anyway, it's another topic for another time. But yeah, it is interesting how the media, designates these racial identities on people that maybe not are not completely like obviously Native American or Native American at all.
Yeah.
Uh, but I don't know. I think like obviously like stricter security obviously needs to be put in place up for Native American communities as far as like those that want to. Who the woman's name again? Carrie, for example. I want to say they're Native American, but as you had mentioned earlier, Juan Chiloa, that's already happening. So, yeah. Anyway, what do we want to bring anyone in here? Want to discuss? Oh, I think we wanted to talk about something else too, and that was what was it? I was reading. I was actually watching a video on Indigenous people in Australia. You know of like the well, I guess I should ask you first, Juan Chiloa. Like, what are your thoughts on what was it? That new virus, the new variant.
Oh, will that get us? Will that get this video like a strike or something? We talk about that on YouTube or not? I don't even know.
I don't think we're cool enough for the
How
YouTube
about
security to like
we just call it the Omni Man virus, bro?
the Omni-Man virus.
Yeah.
We can call that too.
Yeah, so the Omni Man virus, I don't know, dude. I haven't really read up on like because like it's kind of exhausting because the media will blow you up with a bunch of BS like, oh, the Delta is so spooky, and then now it's the Omni Man virus. So it's just like or the variant, right? Not the virus, the variant. So I don't know. Like I heard that it was like really contagious, but is it that much more contagious than the Delta variation? I don't even know, right? So I'm pretty sure even with our vaccinations and booster shots, we should be straight though. If you have those, what do you think?
Well, a lot of people thought that like even vaccines won't work, essentially. So that's what people were saying. Again, like there's so much news about it that it's hard to believe
Well,
like who's telling the truth.
If the vaccines aren't gonna work, bro, then we're gonna go back to square one. So, yeah. That's
well, I mean, you get to a point where it's like, are we just gonna have to like just live with this forever, or like, will things? I don't know. I don't like.
I think so. Like viably, like, could they continue to shut things down with these new variants that are dangerous? Like, they can, but I mean, that global economy is going to suffer. The country's going to suffer. People are going to lose homes or like their places. People are going to starve. So I don't know. It's hard because at the same time, it's like you can try to prevent as many deaths as possible, but I don't know how successful we're going to be in the long run with doing that. So, but and then again, they can still work around the clock for another vaccine for this. It might just be a yearly vaccine that we get every time.
Well, I guess what I don't like is like when people will be like, "Oh, we gotta live in the new normal now." And I was just like, "Oh man,
like that's the
doesn't
normal,
that
like lockdowns."
Yeah, like lockdowns. Like, we shouldn't tread too deep into the waters of, oh look, someone wants to join. But not to worry. I know what happened when we first did this and we let someone on.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna bring in a banner and find out what nice cover we can use before this person wants to ruin our nice time.
That's if that you're gonna do that.
Yeah, I'm doing it now, but I'm just figuring out how this right here.
Well, he put in, like, is that in as in like the L success? Oh yeah,
it's just weird stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
Banned
from
dumbass.
studio.
Yeah, it's probably one of the Hispanistas, dude.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. There's a Hispano or I don't know what. That was
probably a Hispano. He started showing pornography, so we banned him off here.
Yeah, but going back to our discussion, I just think that I don't know, like lockdowns can't go on forever.
No, I don't think so, man. And I'm not trying to sound callous, as in like, ooh, like what people are just going to pass away if they have to pass away. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, can we feasibly lock down every time and like that not have huge repercussions economically for people? Like, and on a global scale, can we afford to lock down all the time? I don't think so, but I don't know.
No, you can't. I mean, like, and not to mention that really hurts like businesses as well. People that really their lives depend on like having their stores opened up, and then when you like lock everything up, then it's just like, especially like for countries that obviously like, aren't as wealthy as the United States, where their lives really actually depend on whatever their stores are, whatever businesses they have, and when you shut all that down, like there's no money going to you. Unlike here in the United States, where we all get like $600 or something, or $1,000, those other countries don't get it, so the lockdowns are really bad. So now again, like with this new variant that came out, like there's already countries that are like completely locking down. Like I think Japan locked down completely. You got a comment about your hair?
Oh,
Your hair
thanks.
looks good today.
Thank you. Oh, dude, what do you think about YouTube removing the dislikes, bro?
Yeah, let's talk about the dislikes, guys. Like, I don't know, like y'all know, I think you know us well enough, but like, I don't care if people dislike our videos. Go ahead, like,
It always helps us.
yeah, it always helps us. And again, like what I brought up earlier, some person was like talking smack about our channel, and guess what? Like the next day I look and we got 5 more subscribers. So keep on talking smack. So that was funny to me. But yeah, I was actually kind of sad because, well, not like actually sad, but like, I was disappointed because there's just that many people that are really affected by the dislikes. I'm like, come on now. It is what it is, though. I mean, we don't make the rules, unfortunately. But that is the big wigs and YouTube. It's just more censorship, and who knows what else will be going on. I know, right? I completely agree with Ancient Americans. It's a wussy move. Like, come on, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. If you can't take this sort of we have a friend on, but we better make sure that he's a friend.
Yeah, you better do the same procedure, dude.
Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. Just got to do a little security check.
Oh, it's Uncle Plucky, anyways.
That's true,
unless it's like a fake account, but he should be good.
Hey, Plucky, is this you?
Hello?
Oh, okay, it's him.
Yeah, it is him. All right, cool.
All right, cool. It's so funny that we have to go through this.
We have to like screen people every time, dude.
Yeah. But hey, Plucky, how's it going?
Nothing much. Just kind of tuning in and out. Because I'm on my phone right now, so it's hard to. I don't have to check Discord or any links or anything that's like popping up while checking out your stream. So it's like I'm missing some segments. So what's good? Like, what y'all been talking about right now? Because I heard you guys were like talking about that one lady, the was it pretendian? Or what do you call it? How do you pronounce that? The
pretendian.
I guess they call them pretendians.
Yeah, some people.
From what I understand.
And then then when I came back in, y'all start talking about the vaccine. So I'm like,
we kind of went from place to place.
Yeah, we kind of like finished talking about her, and we like moved on to that. Marcus want to ask me a question about it.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him about it. Well, essentially, I'll summarize really quickly. We were just talking about like how these non-native people, all that don't have like any native ancestry, were like posing as Native Americans, and they were getting all these benefits and like taking positions of indigenous people in organizations and just really bad stuff, And I think that requires jail time, in my opinion. Others in the comments maybe believe not so much, but there should be like some sort of penalty for that.
Because it's a fraud, right? It's like you're like, isn't there like a law like if you like, let's say like you con someone, let's say as a surgeon or something, right? Something that's like somehow you're able to fake yourself. I mean, just like an example, like let's say you're able to fake. Like, let's say you're a lawyer and you don't really have the credentials, but somehow you're able to practice that, or anything. Isn't there like something that, it's like if you get caught in that kind of like, what's a better word for fraud? But I can't think of any.
LARPer.
LARPer, I guess. But I mean, but like legally, like I think I don't know what's the charges when it comes to like fraud, right? And I'm assuming this is like in Canada too, so it's like it's different when you're when you have the perspectives of like being an American and all that.
I was just giving the opinion that I think because it is fraud, you're fraudulently obtaining like a government benefits and like a position meant for indigenous people, that you should receive some sort of consequence, like whether that be a fine or some jail time.
Yeah. Well, I agreed with Ancient America is that maybe just force them to work at Chuck E. Cheese forever. I'm down with that. Like, get him in that rat costume and watch all the kids like beat him up, and Plucky's gone. He'll
Oh
be
shit, he must
back.
have. Yeah, he must have lost signal.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure I'll come back. So yeah, I agree. Like that could work too. Um, but yeah, it's crazy stuff to me. Um, we got the Hebrew Israelite in the chat. It's
Oh, okay.
crazy. That crazy guy, from AIDL. Anyway, I don't want to make him famous. So I think we're going back to the virus itself. And that was that, again, like the lockdowns in, hold on, maybe we should read this comment real quick. We can't, Destiny said, because everyone self-identify. So I guess they have a lot of rights like self-identity in Canada, and she'll never have a job, obviously, for Native communities, which is good. And yeah, I hope that really affects her like reputation. It will affect her reputation
Yeah.
for the rest of her life. So, yeah, but going back to like COVID and whatnot, man, like it's crazy how this all started. Like, it was 2 years ago. It's not nuts. Like, it's already December. So going on like the 2 year anniversary. But yeah, just to me, like you see, I don't understand like the gigantic hype up that I think the media is doing, which is like, just because like the United States, they just said in California how there's one case of the
Omni
whatever
Man. Yeah.
Omni-Man, and now like they show it all over like the stream and everything, like all over like my Facebook news, all over like Instagram news and all that stuff. I don't watch the news, by the way, at all. Like I don't even have cable. I pretty much just like watch a little bit of not watch. I'll if some news article pops up in Facebook or something, I'll read it, but I never really watch any cable news at all. Plucky, it's nice to see you back.
Oh, I'm back. Am I back? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I guess when I tapped out, it was a permanent tap out.
No,
I'm sorry about that.
oh good. I'm good. No worries at all. So yeah, Plucky, we were just talking about the pretendian people, or however the people are, the Carrie. But then we were going about COVID and just like how crazy it is right now in terms of like how the media is really going all hands on deck with like
So
talking about
is
the
that what's happening? Because like I've been purposely avoiding the media just ever. Well, I mean, like if it's really something big, like when it comes to virus sake, I will hear it, from like word of mouth, at one point. If it's not that relevant, then it would probably stay in the media if anything. But yeah, I mean, the funny thing is that I should be, I mean, I don't care if I get doxxed or anything, but I mean, like, I'm pretty open, like I'm about where I'm from, right? I'm from the Bay Area. So like hearing like that the first case I think in the United States is here in the Bay Area. So we're a bit, well, I'm just a bit, to be honest, I'm ready. It's like the third new mutation, right? What is it, like the Delta
yeah
prior to this? And then before that was like the main corona, or what do you call it? Uh, Alpha? I don't know. But yeah, only time can tell, right?
Yeah.
Just, I mean, shoot. I mean, I have a concert that I'm going to, a little mini concert on this Friday, so I'm a little bit paranoid. Uh, just because with the crowds and everything. I mean, I'm not sure how the regulations are when it comes to, or the restrictions are when it comes to around, besides here in California or specifically in the Bay Area. I don't know how it is in, Florida, Alabama, New York, or whatever. I just know that here in California, they kind of let up a while back already, maybe about a year or so, with like the whole, even though we're like this, I don't see any social distancing. The only thing that we're keeping, like the practice that we're keeping, are just the masks. That's about it. And then also the vaccination cards. You need to prove any venue you go to, you have to have that or whatever. But people fake that, so it's like they don't even
Yeah.
like like I just showed like literally I didn't even have like I couldn't find my card, so I just there's like a website like for California, like you have like a QR code that you just scan it, but they just look at it. You don't even have to have your name on it. You don't even have to show your ID. It doesn't have to be the same name or like matches with your ID, and just you go in. So it's I mean that's how it's happening. That's what's happening out here. From personally what I see, every venue that I go to, it's the same thing. But so we'll see. I don't know. Once we start seeing more cases, going up, it feels like this situation is more like we're just gonna wait and see what happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're gonna put ourselves. We're purposely putting ourselves in a position where when it's gonna be already too late. You know what I mean? Or just at the point where it's like, oh, it's already. There's people that we could have prevented from saving, but we're not gonna jump the gun nor have put money into it. You know what I mean? Because I'm assuming that's gonna, if you're gonna do like some kind of lockdown or something, if it's really that big of a deal. I mean, sorry, if it's not big of a deal. If it's a big mutation, that's a severe mutation, then yeah, it's not. We're not gonna jump the gun like they did with the beginning of the whole pandemic. But that's just my 2 cents.
I just hope it doesn't get bad, and I was just gonna say, like, I hope you stay safe and stay healthy, especially because you're over there.
Oh yeah, I'm also not a smoker, but like I've been creating habits when it comes to cannabis, so that's something I'm trying to like little by little like shed off. But yeah, it's been like maybe 4 years going smoking that, so the combustion it's not doing me any good. So I mean, it's pretty much like if anyone out there you smoke cannabis, consider yourself in the same position as any other smoker. I mean, I'm telling you, it's better to be safe than sorry. But yeah, no, yeah, that's just me.
So you're going to be seeing if you said it's just a small band or it's someone like famous, like the
I'm sorry?
concert. You're going to
Yeah, no, my friend invited me out. We were supposed to go, I think, earlier last month, but it got postponed. So now it's like postponed this Friday, so in December.
Yeah.
So I don't know let me see. No, I don't want to pull it up. If I pull it up, I'm gonna fucking leave this. Excuse me, I'm gonna leave the stream. So I can't remember the name, but it's pretty much hardstyle. You know that kind of music. Kind of like it's like it's not EDM, but it's like it's a specific electronic music called hardstyle. I'm not sure you guys are familiar with that. Or it had like a different name back in the 90s called Gabber. It's like Gabber music. It's like da 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 da. It's just like, think of it that way. Think of it. You guys ever watch Purge? Like they already have those like intense electrical music. Well, I don't know what you call it, but it's pretty much hardstyle. Yeah.
No, I listen to EDM, so I probably have like a rough idea of what you mean.
Yeah, it's like very like fast paced. Like I think like what do you call it? What's that measurement? BPM, right? Or RPM, or what do you call it? Beats per minute or whatever.
Yeah.
That's like ramped up to an extreme, so it's like very fast paced and all that.
Oh, yeah. I remember EDM. Like that was back in when I was in college. Like they'd have EDM nights at the nightclubs, so it was always fun times. But I was gonna ask you, Plucky. Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, you guys mute. He's on mute.
No, sorry. I'm actually eating my my dinner here.
No, you're good. Oh, so you pretty much think that in terms of the coronavirus, is that there's just something that we will have to live with, and just learn to adjust to like other viruses as well, because the variants will continue on.
Yeah. Let's see. In all honesty, it's for me. It's going to be here forever. Like the actual like the whatever that family is it's a virus. I'm assuming, right? So that that family that you guys call or consider it, or when you guys diagnose it as that virus, specifically as corona. I believe Corona existed also, like the coronavirus existed prior to the pandemic, right? I'm assuming, but like, or somewhat like that. I mean, there was a word for it. So to the point when it came, like what, February 2020 or like March 2020, at the start of the pandemic, there's that that virus became, I mean, there's a reason why there's a lockdown. The reason why we're considering a pandemic because it was somewhat of an outbreak of that specific virus, right? And from what I understand from then and even till today, I still have the same uh, position when it comes to how this virus, and especially receiving more information on just by the live updates of like every month all the way since to the beginning of the pandemic, where how it's been handled, how we're handling it now, and seeing all of that and receiving the information, you kind of get a better idea of what's going to happen in the future. You know what I mean? So you see how when Trump was in office, you see how they handled it right in the beginning. Like it's like they have like chapters. You know what I mean? So it's like the beginning was it like a full lockdown for like 2 weeks, and then as summer gets closer, then we're starting to like see like, oh, every state has more power within their own restrict. So like they have better handling on it. Uh, this is not, I'm not necessarily talking about the virus itself, but it kind of has a correlation when it comes to us on how everyone's dealing with it, right? And this is just the United States. I know like in Brazil, Peru, they're pretty much like pretty bad. Not, I mean, when it came out, I remember they had their own virus strain. I forgot the name of it, but it was like it started in Brazil, then it went over to Peru, and then started going to Ecuador. And I never heard it, and we're afraid. This is like I think earlier this year, like around I think it was August maybe. Well, maybe not. But anyways, sorry, I'm going off a little bit of tangent here. The
No, you're good.
the virus though, yeah, it's gonna stay here. Like I said, by the mutations and the way we're handling it. I guess, like I say, it correlates. So meaning, if we're not handling it, if we're handling it the way we're handling it now, it's obviously going to be the same results that we're seeing. Like how we're getting a new mutation, what, the past week or so, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna keep appearing. That's gonna keep happening if we're gonna keep doing the same thing that we're doing. I mean, people are always saying, "Oh, herd immunity," but that is going to be irrelevant every new strain that comes out, every new mutation that comes out. So, again, so it's going to be here forever. It's like and also the way I see it, it's going to be like the flu, like it's going to be here every year. You need to get a new vaccination, but the difference is that there could be a chance where it mutates to a point where it's even stronger than the flu, and it becomes close to like the pandemic in 1901? No, 1911. I forgot. It was like during World War One, right? The Spanish flu stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that was pretty severe compared to what it is now. Even some people don't want to believe it that way. Some people want to believe a different narrative when it comes to the coronavirus itself and how severe it is per person, per individual. It could reach up to that point. It could reach like any mutation can reach to that, And I believe, and I'm not, I'm not a scientist when it comes to, especially in the virus field. I don't know if each mutation meaning it's going to get stronger, or is it just a mutation that changes that it can, like, what if there's like a mutation that's very, very weak? It's like, it make itself redundant. So it's like, it can't necessarily, there's a mutation that necessarily, it's not as spreadable or I guess I'm asking, like, I don't know when they refer to mutation, I'm assuming it's like, oh, it's more severe than it was prior,
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be here forever, dude.
Yeah.
I think ancient America is one to bring up. That was the year that you're looking for. Is it 1918?
1918, that's right.
Yeah, shout out, thank you, ancient Americas. I think did we introduce you on the channel yet, Plucky? So maybe we should let our guests know who you.
Well, he's been on here one time before, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. but it was overshadowed by the first. I was overshadowed by your guest, Radical.
Oh.
It was that same stream that I hop on, and then that's when we start. When I actually introduce myself, yeah.
Yeah, so shout out, yeah, to Plucky. You know, he's been a really, great supporter of the channel, and you're in our Discord too. Always, putting in your 2 cents. So I do appreciate coming on and, you know, always willing to talk and communicate with us. So thank you very
Yeah, no,
much. But sorry.
no, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be on here. I mean, you guys have a platform,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, we try to keep it going. It's you guys that still make it alive and well. So I wanted to bring up another point of like Fauci. Is that like I remember I saw this post where it was a meme actually, where it showed like Fauci saying like I think it's okay for families to gather on Thanksgiving Day, but then you see the other picture of like this football stadium's like filled up with like 100,000 people, like the University of Michigan. Their football field holds like I think 100 and something thousand. I think it's the biggest football stadium in the country. So then you see all these stadiums being filled up with like thousands of people. So it's just I don't know, just kind of odd to me, I think. And so it kind of goes back to what you're saying, Plucky. It's just like it just feels like it's going to be here forever, and it's just something that I think people just have to adjust to. Sadly, I'd love to see something different, but
Gosh.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, just things like that, Again, where you see, and if anyone wants to correct me, like please, by all means, do so. But yeah, that's just what I see. Like you see, like all these, clubs and everything's opened up, and like the stadiums, like football games and sports games and everything. And then you have like the people at the WHO and these doctors saying that maybe you shouldn't be gathering up now. It's like it's already too late. You're all thousands of people all together. Like that's just me though.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
I mean, yeah, sorry, go ahead. My bad.
I was just gonna say like, and then it's interesting now. Like a lot of people like with the vaccinations and whatnot. I think like Greece imposed that everyone 60 and up like has to be vaccinated, or else you're gonna get fined. So I think we'll start to see like really stricter regulations from other countries and probably like the U.S. too eventually with people that don't for those that aren't taking the vaccine as well. So and then you see like a lot of pushback. Like in Europe, you see a lot of protest and like a lot of destruction. So I don't know like how everything will go like within the coming years. I think you're going to say something, Plucky.
Sorry, just give me a second.
Sure. Wanchelo, did you want to add anything to what I was saying? Did I feel like I was going on a tangent?
Oh no, I mean I haven't really got much to add besides what I said before, just about the whole thing. Like it's just that conundrum is are we going to continue to lock down over and over and over again, or are we not? So.
Yeah, and it's just not good. Like I understood the lockdowns in the beginning of this, but now it's just like it damages countries' economies to a point where like human beings obviously can't function. Like you see like the psychological effects that it has on people, like with mental health concerns and everything.
Well, yeah, and then you have the inflation problems because you give people money and then they're behind on their rent until they lose their place and
That's
house.
I was waiting for someone to bring that up. The inflation.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's the more big. Well, I mean, for like, obviously it's only within the states, but I mean, even Peru got hit with not inflation, but they lost their currency went down earlier this year. Like it used to be what 3 soles equals to $1. Now it's like 4 soles. So it's like it's hitting everyone, at different times, but like depending on how each nation handles it. But just speaking, solely for the for the citizens of the United States, inflation for us as well is going to be something to. I feel like that's the bigger, like the main focus. It's I mean, obviously coronavirus, yeah, but I feel like if anything's going to have more effect on us citizens, it's going to be the inflation. And already been even prior to. I mean, I'm not sure when the inflation. I mean, people can argue when the inflation started. It probably, some might argue that it started maybe months ago or earlier. Or maybe it hadn't started yet, right? But from what I've been seeing, I'm not concerned inflation's here yet necessarily, but from what I've been seeing here in the Bay Area, dude, like everybody's been wilding out already. Like there's been people breaking into Gucci. I forgot what the other stores are. I'm not sure it's Louis Vuitton, but there's
I think
so
it
many
was Louis
stores.
Vuitton.
It was, yeah. Like they literally, like cars be parked right there in the streets, like right by Union, by Union Street and Gary and all that. Just hella fools going in, coming on out, and like, oh, it's chaos, man. I say the Bay Area because it's just not just in San Francisco. Like in San Mateo, like the Peninsula has like very nice stores, and personally, me, I mean, I might get flagged on this, but I can care less because I mean, obviously, what? Well, obviously, like there's a difference when it comes to tiers of like there's like the super rich store like Gucci, Louis Vuitton compared to like what Target, Walmart or whatever, right? I mean, they're still corporate, storefronts, but obviously they're different. It's a different consumer that they are trying to sell, stuff to, right? Either or, they both have like they're all just corporate and they don't have no face. Like all the money that's going into their, to their shops, it's never going to be. We're not going to be seeing that here within the community. You know what I mean? So it's like I can care less. Like there is pretty much money. We're pretty much getting money for our community when it comes to like that money's going to cycle into this to the restaurants, to the people who work in the restaurants. And by restaurants, I'm talking about like taquerias, just the different kind of restaurants out here. From Guatemala, Colombia, Peru, Mexican restaurants also, right? So all that, and even for like the the barbecue spots out here in Frisco, like the money will be coming in regardless. I mean, that's how I see it. But then I start seeing at the same, I've been seeing. I think I saw like a news segment, and then they pan to like Oakland, and then I have friends who have storefronts out there who are making their business from nothing, right? Rags to riches, right? So they have like a lot of like they're pretty much what do you call it, a sneakerhead shop. So it's like they have like what, maybe $400, $500 to like maybe $1,000 pairs of shoes, and they got hit too. And that for me, that's a bummer because like one, that's part of your community. You're stealing from your own people, and so which made me think like, oh, so the people who are actually stealing, they don't give a fuck. They don't. They're the people who are pretty much just criminals, wilding out. Because I mean, it's like because I've seen it's not just like minorities doing it. There's a lot of white people there too, and that kind of rubbed me the wrong way because it happened to them. It could have easily happened to my friend's shop. It just coincidentally just happened. Luckily, fortunately, it happened to some other. Unfortunately, but again, this is before the inflation. Can you imagine you have the inflation stressing out more of the common people? It might get worse. I mean, right now they already got the city here, and not just San Francisco County, but also like San Mateo County, and they've been working with the police now, having cars all like that. They're like the security for them now. Like the police here are the security for those storefronts. I mean, I'm not talking, and I know Walgreens was a thing too. They had, but then like they weren't doing shit either. They were there, and they just, the people stole stuff from in front of them. But they literally now have cops standing in the storefronts for like, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, So it's like they kind of stopped that kind of crime, but I mean also like there's something called, I'm not sure the lingo here, we call it bipping, right? It's bipping. That it's like a slang, pretty much is people breaking into people's cars, right? Here in San Francisco, it's notorious for that, right? I mean, have you ever heard people were gonna, if any tourists gonna be coming out here to San Francisco, everyone always says, do not rent cars. Just it's better to. It's a different time now, but so like it's better just to walk, to not rent any cars. If you park somewhere in the street, your stuff's gonna get stolen, your car's gonna get breaking into. So it's called bipping. But the thing is that it's been going on for like what, maybe 2016, like when it became an actual thing. But it started becoming more and more and more. What's the word I'm looking for? It's been occurring more often. During the pandemic. So I'm just seeing things like symptoms of what's happening, and then can you imagine if you put another factor on it, you probably will make it worse, or maybe it'll be maybe the same, not the same, but the same severity. Like people won't be killing people, but people will be stealing stuff, but more often. But I mean that's just my perspective on this whole thing. With the whole coronavirus and the whole inflation. I mean, inflation it was because of or had some type of correlation towards the pandemic, right? With the virus stuff, right? I'm assuming, unless inflation is already heading our way without the pandemic.
Well, it's worse because of the pandemic. So it's just all it's like you're saying, all these factors like already that are bad. They're just everything's just going to get worse in general. But I think, like on the one hand, locking down things, can it save people's lives? Sure, but at the end result, it's going to hurt everybody economically. We're going to be pretty fucked.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like I think someone had mentioned Australia, like they've been locked down for a year. Like you have like so many people like protesting, and I think something else that's going on is that and I saw a video of like an indigenous community being forced to take the vaccine, and like the military was also kind of like forcing, what was it, Aboriginal people in Australia. I'll find that video because I was watching it a little bit ago. So I just think that like governments in general are being like really sus, as they say, during this whole pandemic too. Because again, going back to like the lockdowns and everything, like we can't just go through lockdown. And I know someone said, I think it was Ecal Peruvian that said like we're gonna have lockdowns like this whole decade, and he's right because that's what governments are going to do. But it's just not feasible, in my opinion. And eventually, I think that you'll see pushback because people can't live like that,
That's
especially
where UBI comes in. Sorry.
That's where UBI comes in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, that's how I see it. If you really want to, I mean, there's two ways. Pretty much being selfish and F everyone else, meaning every person think that way. So it will trickle down to the people who will be left out, who doesn't have enough money to, let's say they will lock down regardless if it benefits them, and by them, I mean people with money. And by people with money, I'm talking about the super rich, like the people that we don't see. Not necessarily. I mean, there's a lot of rich people out here in San Francisco, but I wouldn't consider them as the top tier who's like really influencing what's happening within our country. But I would like to mention when it comes to let's say because sorry, you said that the never mind, I lost. Sorry, a little bit of a brain fart here. But you just get back to me.
that I said something, or Wanchaloa said something.
Yeah, you said something, but it sparked something. Like I was going to mention something, and you just reminded me of something. But
was it about the government of Australia forcing Indigenous people to take the vaccine?
Yes, it was. The mandating the vaccine thing.
The mandates.
The mandates is another thing. Like I heard Canada is a bit very, very well. I'm not sure now, but they were very strict earlier this year, right? when it comes to the lockdowns. Like, I'm assuming not much people could easily travel within Canada, right? Like Canada's one of the first, not the first one, but one of the like I feel like they were like late, not late to the game, but like I was hearing like there were lockdown problems in Canada. But this is like this year, and I was like, are they just locking down? Because like, because then I started to understand like, oh, Canada is a little bit more left leaning, right? Like their government is like, I mean, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying, I mean, you look at Antifa, right? For me, it's like the whole here polarization. It's not really polarization. It's just they're like the same, you know, cut from the same cloth, right? They're people like to think that we're like on this straight line of a scale, right? But really, it's like a circle, and those extremists are like literally right next to each other. But anyway, I digress. The lockdowns, the mandate stuff. There's nothing to be worried about. Because do you guys speculate that we might at one point head towards like vaccination cards or identification when it comes to like traveling? I mean, we're kind of like doing that now. It's kind of like I said, they're very lenient still though.
I think the U.S. is being very lenient right now because that's just how the U.S. is in terms of like freedom. But if you see like Japan. At first, I thought it was kind of like, I didn't think it was serious about having like vaccine passports. And now Japan is moving on with, having vaccine passports as far as like being able to travel. This would actually be a good time to have my friend from Kuwait to come in. He had told me that the government is making sure that you cannot enter any stores, grocery stores or any sort of establishment unless you have the vaccine. So, in my opinion, I think that, like, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds pretty. The government's definitely like constricting some pretty harsh regulations, in my opinion. But what are you gonna say, Plucky?
Oh, the other thing is, correct me if I'm wrong here. I might be overgeneralizing here, but is it not? Oh well. Isn't the minorities here in the United States are the one that makes up most of the who are not vaccinated?
I'm not sure. I think that's something that
I heard that.
I'd have to look that up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I keep hearing that from like not political figures, but public figures that I follow, who I trust that they've done their research. But I mean, it would be a trip though. I mean, if it was really the minorities, like people who are African descent or native descent, who make up most of the vaccination, who are not vaccinated, it makes me wonder. Like, I mean, there's probably if it is true, then there's reasons for it, right? I mean, obviously, Marcus, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you say you're vaccinated, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, but it was like, for my for what I do, obviously, like it's required to be vaccinated, or else, something, we don't want to get into. But yeah, man, it's we kind of it's required for a lot of like organizations and companies, and I would say, as far as like for people that want, I mean, it's it's a really touchy subject because I wouldn't require mandates for those people. If they don't want to get it, then like so be it. It's their freedom of choice.
Mm-hmm. Let them take the risk, right?
Yeah. Let them take the risk. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But then the situation comes into play. Another factor would be the people who decide to take the risk are actually not aiding, but like contributing to the possibility, have the possibility to contribute to the problem, which is creating mutations. So, which is, well, I mean, it's not. I mean, I'm not sure that's what people are, saying is the main problem, but that's what it is. It's the mutations. I mean, the coronavirus can stay in the same strain and will be irrelevant within what in a certain time frame, right? If there's no mutations coming from a certain virus, if we're able to have a vaccination, that virus won't have a chance to mutate and start reinfecting other people and wouldn't be a problem. That's why people are. That's what I'm saying. Like people are so obsessed with people who are not vaccinated because it affects them as well. Because they can get they can get sick still from the new mutations. But if the mutations, or let's say we eliminate that factor from the equation, then yeah, obviously we wouldn't get. It would be a different narrative. We'd be like, all right, you're on your own, because it wouldn't affect them at all. It was just like they would probably die off, or they'd probably survive. Or not. But mutations, inflation, and mandates seems to be like the common problem, like the big general problem. That doesn't have to do with anything that socially. Well, I mean, also we got the BLM and the verdicts, the recent the new verdicts that's coming out with the whole cases. But yeah.
Yeah. So, so I think we got a lot of people arguing in the comment section. I think we're going to go ahead. We have some people on. We got the Hebrew Israelite. So we'll give the people in the comment section. What do you think, guys? Should we argue with this dude?
Who is it?
I don't know if you watch AIDL, but they really there's this guy that's identifies as a Hebrew Israelite, and the people on AIDL and them kind of go on and argue. So I'm debating on if we should argue with him.
Oh, you mean have him on the stream? Okay.
Yeah, bring him on the stream.
Is he in the bullpen?
Yeah, he's in the bullpen.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was checking a different.
No, you're good. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put on a banner, and now everyone can see us debate against this person.
If you're ready.
I'm ready. So is this the Hebrew Israelite job?
It is. How are you?
Doing all right, man. What's up with you, dude? Sorry, what's your name again? You can call me Plucky, by the way. So,
What is it, sir?
Hmm?
What is it? What do you go by?
I go by Plucky.
Plucky.
Yeah, Plucky.
Nice to meet you, Plucky.
Yeah. And your name, sir?
Joe Issachar Israel, Esoparo Issachar Israel. I going through a transition, but
So what can I refer you as?
Joe.
Joe? Is Joe fine?
Sure.
Okay, Joe. You guys, it's not my platform. Marcus, you want to say something?
Yeah, we got actually a couple other people on here, and if this is Lakota guy.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, it is. Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on?
What's up, man? I'm glad to have you here, man.
Yeah, I just see a portrait on the screen, some sort of picture.
Oh, we just wanted to make sure because I haven't seen that picture before, so we just wanted to make sure, man. No.
Yeah, no,
no
because
problem.
we've had people East
I
join in and
get
they
it,
play
man.
porn, bro. Yeah, so.
Yeah, and then we have someone else in here, radical Latino, but I don't know, man. I saw you in AIDL, and supposedly it was an imposter, but
That is definitely an imposter. What's going on? Thank you for having me.
No, what's up?
Hello, Lakota guy.
oh,
Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
So it sounds like we're having a little.
Sounds really quiet. Someone who's saying hello. Hello.
Yeah, I think that's Joe.
Yeah, I think his mic's pretty not good.
Yeah,
Is my mic okay?
Yeah, yours is. Yeah, but Jobs
Okay.
or whatever, the Israel
Okay.
guy.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear real quick. I've been getting a couple of messages. That was not me on the American Indian Defense League. If I don't go on the stream or whatever the case is, I
Is
don't. I
is
don't.
this radical Latino?
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
Oh, so you
I don't. I don't. I
so
don't just. I
good
don't.
job impersonating you yesterday,
Yeah, well,
brother.
that's not. It's not. It's not. It's not uncommon. I've always gotten this. So, again, like I said, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't stay.
We need like a secret
I don't.
handshake.
I don't.
We need a secret handshake.
I don't stay. I don't keep shy, and I don't stay shut on my opinions. If I'm gonna be saying whatever I'm saying on the comments, I'm gonna say it, on the stream or whatever the case is. So, if anybody wants to know if that was me, just come holler at me and let me know. But no, that wasn't me.
I've never been on your channel either.
Cool.
Thank you to Juan Chola and Marcus for allowing me on the program, man. Thank you.
Of course, man. I'm glad to see you're still like around. I know that you're still kind of involved. I see you still put up TikTok videos and everything. I was worried. I was like, did he just completely get off all social media? But I'm glad you did.
Oh no. I've actually had a personal. I actually am moving jobs and stuff, so a lot of that played a large part in it. Like personal things of trying to. I quit one job, moving to another job, different radio program, etc. So it's a lot of movement.
Oh, okay, I understand, man. Oh no, well, I'm glad you're still around because yeah, you're a good guy.
Yeah, cool guys. Yeah, just so pretty much what we talked about today was just discussing and I'm sure you heard about this in the news about this woman named Carrie Bourassa in Canada, and we were just discussing like how these people that don't have any Native American ancestry at all, no Indigenous ancestry whatsoever, go into these roles of going to the organizations and proclaiming that they are Native, and
Yeah.
it just got really messy. And now,
I think I sent this I sent this article to Huang, right?
Yeah,
Juan
yeah,
Chiloa?
yeah. I got it. I read that, dude. I was like, what?
Yeah,
What the hell?
I don't know if you want to repeat what I've said, but I pretty much said that this got me really pissed off, to be completely honest. A certain individual who went into the educational system of academia and basically pretended to be something that she's not in order to get benefits. That's not just a slap in the face of the educational system, but that's a slap in the face to us and our ancestors. And that just got me that really got me heated, because I'm like, there should definitely be a vetting process, and there should definitely be some sort of system in order to stop these imposters from gaining access. You know what I'm saying? Just because she went to a tanning salon 2 or 3 times and got a couple of feathers in her hair doesn't mean that she's Native. You feel me? So that right there just got me heated. Because this is not the only first time we've seen these type of imposters. White folks have always been imposters of a bunch of things, and whenever they get called out, they just get little slaps in the wrist, and that's basically it. No, these type of things should definitely be persecuted. You know what I mean? But I'll yield the mic.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, but I also want to reiterate that there's some complexity in this, who is Indian, who is non-Indian thing. So what we've seen in Canada with her, and I'm glad she got exposed, because she's literally holding a place that was meant for an Indigenous person, kind of like what do you call the Dolezal version of Indigenous, an Indigenous
Rachel
person,
Dolezals?
Rachel Dolezal, exactly. So, we have the complexity of being Indigenous in especially the United States, Canada relies on certificate of degree of Indian blood, as well as federal citizenship of a sovereign nation, because of the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act. So we think about Indian Reorganization Act constitutions, which basically are enacted on all the 574 federally recognized nations, right? So the complexity there is that when we hold positions, whether it be governmental, public positions, healthcare positions that affect Indian country, do we include those that are not detribalized? Because if we do, then what is the litmus test of someone claiming to be indigenous then, right? And I think that is the crux of where we are in 2021 when it comes to a lot of these issues, because there's, look, there's legitimate detribalized brothers and sisters, especially in the southern United States, that have 90% fucking DNA, right? They have huge blood relations in their relationship with their people, but they're detribalized. So how do we balance the act of, respecting, sovereignty while also respecting detribalized nations and being inclusive
Can
in
I
that
get
without
can I give
literally
my thoughts on this?
yeah without literally disenfranchising detribalized people.
Yeah, I'm not trying to.
Radical. One thing real quick, because the chat is just crying. So, look, we got to address the elephant in the room.
Right.
Do you support WABOs or not? That everyone keeps asking.
By definition, this woman is a wabo, right?
No, we're talking about Abrocentrics, like people that claim that black people were the true Native Americans before 1492.
Well, no, obviously
Do you support
not.
that?
No, obviously not. And also by definition, she's also a wabo, correct?
No, I mean she's white.
No, she's not. No, that's not what a wabo is.
But I thought wabo meaning a wannabe Aboriginal. Isn't she pretending to be indigenous?
Yeah, no. So what WABO basically means, and it, I didn't know that you didn't know about it, but basically it's those that believe that there is pre-1492 evidence of a black phenotypical indigenous people being in the Western Hemisphere before 1492. That's what, and they claim that is them, and therefore there is a differentiator. And of course, it depends on the WABO, but it's either all black people are indigenous, therefore the Mongolian invaders, such as me and all of us here, somehow took over their culture, right? There's that. And then the other one is that on the East Coast, there was what we call African American phenotypical indigenous people prior to 1492 that is now reclassified as African Americans. So we have to understand what we're talking about here. So I guess the question is, do you support the pseudo ideology that there was Africans or phenotypically black people here before 1492? Yes or no?
Well, before I did, and I think me and you had the discussion before, and then after I spoke to Juan Chaloa and Marcus, I saw it a different way. So no, I don't support it. Again, I've said this a few times. If somebody does come up with some evidence or whatever, I'll definitely look into it. But as of right now, no, I don't support it. But I thought that WABO meant wannabe Aboriginal, and I would put this white woman into that category. Would that be a false statement?
I would say that it doesn't support the ideology that classically what we describe as WABO being.
Got it. So WABO is just black folks.
No. It's any. You literally could be anyone. I mean, anyone could
so
support.
This white woman will be WABO.
Are you being willfully ignorant?
No, I'm asking you because
it sounds like you're being willfully ignorant. Because I've told you multiple times.
No.
What it is that anyone that supports.
So I'm asking you.
There is phenotypical black people, or what we call African Americans, being here prior to 1492 that supports that that pseudo ideology.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is, right?
Gotcha. So what would she be considered then?
Pretendian.
Okay, got it. Oh, I gotta get to know all the definitions then.
Yeah, and obviously this is just slang, right? I mean, it's not obviously supported by the Oxford Dictionary or whatever.
Right.
It's like saying like I'm bipping or ghosting. You know what I'm saying? Or
Yeah. Yeah, but you have to also understand that because you guys do go against these people that do think that there's a lot of people that support you guys who aren't on that same wavelength. They're on the racist wavelength. You understand that, right?
There's also people that support you that are inbred racists as well. So do we also account for them as being our supporters? Do you account for the racists that support you?
Well, that's a straw man argument. I was just letting you know.
It's not a straw man argument. I mean, you're basically saying, do you condone racist? I mean, like, come on, man. Me attacking you're being disingenuous.
It wasn't me attacking.
Yeah, you were that guy yesterday. Let's be honest, Radical.
It wasn't.
That was you.
It wasn't. If I was, I would have let you know.
Yes, it was.
But if you want to think
whatever,
that, it's all right.
Dude. You're the same wabbo today as you were yesterday.
Okay,
that's fine. But all I'm saying is I'm not attacking you. All I'm saying is that you have to look at some of your supporters because They are
Why don't
going
you
to.
look who
They're
your
going
supporters,
to.
man?
They're going to
Who
start.
we condone that's racist?
They're
Name one.
going-
Name
they're
one.
go- They're going to start. They're
Name
going
one.
to start using that Wabo card and that Wabo,
That term, right?
word.
They can make it like blackface, right?
No, they're gonna start using that as a code word to, as a code word for racism. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, WABO just means what we stated, man. We
No,
don't endorse.
I get it.
We don't
I get it.
endorse
I-
any
I know
racism.
that.
We
I know
don't
that.
endorse any
I wasn't
racism
saying-
or
I wasn't saying.
anti-blackness.
I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying
So-
that. But I just.
You're not saying that, but you are.
But
saying
one
it,
thing
let's
I
be
will
honest.
say is that people, and this has been happening, is that they will automatically slap people as anti-black because we're defending our indigenous heritage,
Oh, no,
saying
that's
because
true.
we're not,
Any
which
kind
is
of
bullshit. We're not
critique
being
on that
anti-black.
That's
Okay,
100.
so
That's 100%
facts.
true, and that's not even something good to even to do, because that's definitely disingenuous. You shouldn't, just because you're defending your side, you shouldn't be called racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, and also, Lakota, just because I'm challenging your beliefs doesn't mean that I'm going against you. So don't relax.
Yeah, I think we could just be kind of. Let's just.
Yeah,
I feel like
exactly.
I could. In all honesty, I'm just seeing us like I'm seeing you guys as if we're all in like literally right next to each other, talking to each other. I'm just watching this, and I can just say from based off everybody's tone, I feel like everyone's here is genuine. I'm just literally asking, but I feel like this is like a good time to fucking clear shit up,
Yeah, of course.
and let's just try to not to get in our feelings
And
as
I
much.
just want to go
Let's
back
just be-
to I just want to go back to what Lakota said. What is the litmus test? And as a Latino, the majority of us, we don't really know, because of white supremacy and because we're in America. We pretty much are oblivious to our indigenous side or our indigenous ancestors. And
Incorrect.
the thing about that is, you're right. What is the litmus test? Should tribe be part of a tribal tribe be the litmus test, or having indigenous a predominantly good amount of indigenous blood? I think that if we're going to go through the tribe thing, that's excommunicating a bunch of Latin people who are indigenous, but they're disconnected due to white supremacy. You understand what I'm saying? So I think that that's a real conversation that we need to have.
my opinion is that
Look,
the tribalized
there's-
natives with no should not be applying for benefits here that are meant for traditional indigenous people. Like, we shouldn't be doing that. That's my opinion.
That's true. That is true. That is true.
Now, like the whole, let me just chime in real quick. I know you mentioned like I'm assuming you're saying like when you said Latinos or even like people natives south of the border. I'm assuming you're just not generalizing, but you're saying like Mexico, Chile, Peru, Bolivia, Guatemala, all those countries, right?
Yeah.
But
pretty
here's the
much.
thing,
Not Spain. You
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. I understand. But, so let me correct you a little bit, because every country is different. People in
Of
DR,
course.
different demographic. People in Puerto
Of
Rico,
course, of course.
different demographic. People in Mexico, different demographic. Guatemala, different. Bolivia and Peru, different demographic compared to even Mexico. Like, and I'm just being real here. Everybody has their own specific ties to their own indigenous, like whether it's a different variation. Some might have close ties. Like, for instance, our problem in Peru is that some are full-blooded who could speak full Quechua will be considered mestizo just because they are socializing and practicing buying an apartment, going to work.
That is correct. Yeah.
So
you're absolutely right.
But that's what I'm saying. But like, there's a few of those, and there's people who are actually part of like a pueblo in an actual like, whether it's in the Sierra, whether it's in the mountains of the Andes or in the Amazon, which is even more more isolated when it comes to like, and because of that, they tend to have more ties to their own culture. And so I'm not too sure if they have government fund, if they're recognized in Peru, but I believe so. But the thing is, it differs. So it's like when you say that, it kind of like, it's like I have to say something, because that's like,
No,
you can't be speaking for us.
I totally understand. There's a bunch there's a bunch of people in South America who have no connection to the land whatsoever, or have no connection to the native people that were there whatsoever. So I get it. There's a bunch of transplants, right? Transplant people. I totally understand. But I believe.
Okay. No, wait, I'm sorry. I probably misspoke there. Let me say. It's not just yes, there is people who are there that are de-tribalized, but there's also people who are tribalized. You know what I mean? Like so it's like I'm just saying, like, don't forget about those people. Like, it's like maybe they're not those like I'm saying full blood, but I'm just saying like they're actually recognized by the country. You know, some might not exist in Ecuador, some might not exist in Colombia or Venezuela,
Yeah.
or El Salvador for sure.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
But there are some other countries that do have, like Mexico has a lot of indigenous communities
they have a big indigenous.
Yeah, but
community.
but when you said that, you kind of erased them. You know what I mean?
No, I said Latino.
Or you're saying that
and my definition of Latino is South America.
South America. So how about Mexico?
That's my definition. That's my definition.
But Mexico's not from South America, though. Are they not Latinos?
In my definition, it is.
Oh, okay.
In my definition, this is my opinion. So this is my definition. When I say South America, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So if I say, because I don't want to be very literal, but let's just continue. I understand what you mean. All right.
I think it's interesting. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. My bad. Yeah. I just want I know the first thing that we're talking about is about what's the two methods of when it comes to originally this whole conversation when you, Lakota Guy, and Radical, when y'all hopped on. The original question or the topic kind of was focused on what's the not best method, but which method should be considered, whether it should be racially or culturally, right? I believe, why cannot both be like a requirement? Not necessarily like both must be required. I'm saying like one or the other. You know what I mean? Like some people who are culturally tied can be considered native, or part of that tribe or whatever that person's trying to enroll in, or racially, who you're not necessarily you're tied by you're not practicing what your people do, but your situations, if you somehow get adopted from somewhere else, you don't have that choice sometimes, and then you can apply the other method, the other rules, like, oh, he's racially part of this tribe, and could easily, obviously that's who that person is. I don't see it as like how, like, I don't understand how these pretendians are able to infiltrate or like fall into that hole when, if you're able to do those two simple things, then, it shouldn't be an issue.
No, I agree, Uncle. But I just want to say, look, I don't think we should go and define who is Latino based on an arbitrary thought process. I think that we got to look at foundational, and the word Latino itself is up for debate, right? But I think as a Northern Native, I want to let people know that it's not our job to separate ourselves, right? If there's a way that we can cohesively look at Southern detribalized Indigenous people, especially when you consider, a lot of these Indigenous people have ties to what is currently, the United States, before a lot of this, these states were enacted and stuff like that. I know Africa, if we look at Africa, there's dysporias, right? They have different dysporias. And I know they have generated and they have acknowledged a fifth dysphoria or sixth dysphoria. Please correct me. It's one or the two. But it's for those that are outside of Africa to gain citizenship or recognition as part of the Africa dysphoria, right? I look at that as an opportunity for us as Northern Natives to extend a hand to our detribalized Southern Indigenous people that can, in essence, prove a cultural connection to their people and their land, right? That are detribalized, but also have some sort of, I don't know if it's a citizenship or just some sort of recognition to welcome them back and help them reconnect and gain in a way. Because what we're seeing is that in Juan Chola and Marcus, please forgive me, and I will make them remain nameless, but a certain somebody found out that they were part of a federally recognized nation, and up to that point they weren't, and now they're gatekeeping it from other Mesoamerican Indigenous people, right? So what I want to be is the antithesis of that, the complete opposite, and I want to include the people that can prove that relationship and also welcoming them in. Because look, how are we going to improve our numbers, improve indigenous identity, get away from terms like Latino, Latina, and improve the pride of people being indigenous and helping them reconnect effectively and authentically. If we don't help them recognize that they are a part of our community, they're a part of our nations.
That's
because
actually a good point. That's a good
because
point.
before colonization, we had relationships with a lot of these tribes. In fact, my Lakota Oyate, the Ocheti Shokoe, 7 Nation Council Fires, in our winter camp, we would basically, or Hiatu Oyate camp, we would migrate all the way south to New Mexico, and we would make treaties with the Pueblo as well as other nations that are now, quote unquote, Mexican indigenous nations that before this colonial border we had a relationship with. So how do we reestablish that that respect? Because albeit if it was reversed and us Lakota were looked at as non-acknowledged, I would hope that they would have done the same thing for us.
That's actually a good point. I'm gonna probably say education. There's a lot of like I said, so-called. I'm gonna just say so-called since we're establishing Latin is Latinos or Latinas is an arbitrary thing. So-called Latinos, we're not educated, especially within our family structures. There's some of us that some of us are not. Some of us dive deep into conversations like this on the internet, and we go into this whole like Inspector Gadget mode and finding out who we really are. I think more education and more talks like this is actually very important. And Dakota, I think you brought up a really good point. Not separating from the other parts of indigenous tribes who don't know who they are, who've been separated. You made a great point. I agree with that.
I don't know. I was wondering, Uncle Plucky, Marcus Wanchola panel. I mean, what do you guys think about that? I mean, we have to somehow, improve and somehow incentivize the idea of come back home, come back to your indigenous nations, come back to reconnect, especially our Mesoamerican brothers. Because look, at the end of the day, Mesoamerican brothers and sisters, you guys got the numbers. You guys got hell of a lot of numbers. And if we can spur a motivation and a new enthusiasm to reconnect, we can make some goddamn changes in the United States policy. And the reason why we can't do it today is because we lack numbers and political clout. But if we're able to allow reconnecting Southern Indigenous brothers and sisters to reconnect and find a legitimate home here, we have more political clout to advance indigenous-centered legislation. What do you guys think?
I think it's a fascinating idea, and I think it's something we should explore for sure. Like just how the logistics of how all this would work. And I mean, like I said, me and Mark has been trying, obviously to get people to reconnect, and we've been pretty successful. We've been growing the channel. We've been getting people to do so. People message us all the time, telling us that they are wanting to reconnect. But yeah, it is just an uphill battle because of the amount of gatekeeping. I think from what I heard as far as the African diaspora stuff, it seems like I've heard that they have some gatekeepers, but it seems like they have way less of that type of problem. I think because they don't have that same type of history where the detribalized, oppress the traditionally indigenous. But one thing I always tell people is you've got to realize, especially people that disagree with this whole reconnecting movement, is you've got to look at the cause of this, not just the symptoms. The symptoms is, yes, detribalized natives oppressed the traditional indigenous, but what was the cause? And that was the Spanish colonialism, the caste system, the divisions, right? Manipulations, right? So that's what caused it. And so if we take that entire structure down, then you're not going to have the symptom of mestizos, quote unquote, oppressing traditional indigenous people. And so that's what I always point out.
Also, before I go, just want to answer that. Latinos, we don't move like a unit for the most part. There's a lot of tribalism within our communities. Within the Mexican community, I believe the norteños beef with the sureños and all that other stuff. So there's a lot of conflicts and tribalism within that. And when it comes to a political movement, even when it comes to marching, when one of our people get harmed, literally probably 4 or 6 show up. Not like the numbers like black folks do it when they march or whatever. So politically, we got to reconnect again, and I think that's the part that we're lacking as a community.
How do you reconnect when you call yourself Latino?
Well, that's a thing. First of all, there's a lot of people that don't see themselves as native, even though they are. And a great way to connect, to meet someone halfway, is calling yourself Latino, even though that's not a label I really like to identify as. But because it's easy to understand, that's what you do. You know what I'm saying? So
I didn't
Sorry.
understand that, but go ahead.
that doesn't clear it up. Maybe some of the Juan Chaloa or Marcus probably could explain this to you. There's a lot of Latin people that see themselves not as natives, they see themselves as Latinos and stuff. And when you break it down to them, they still harbor in with that. And when they do see themselves as native, everybody just says, "Oh, well, you're a Latino," whatever. So it's easier to explain. And just say Latino, even though that's not something I like to identify with. I don't identify as Hispanic, Latino, Latinx. I don't identify with none of that stuff.
So if I wear a Barney outfit, like a Barney costume, but I'm indigenous, I'm full-blooded Lakota, and I'm wearing a Barney costume, can I identify as Barney even though I am literally Lakota underneath the Barney costume?
No, you're indigenous, dude.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So does that consider it's okay. It's kind of not off topic, but it has to do with this. Would that be let's say the what you guys are referring to, the detribalized natives, right? I would like to talk about, or at least focus on, who would that be considered? Like up to what extent? You need to at least 1% or 1 drop of blood, or not blood, 1% of some type of native genetics, or like I'd like to hear your thoughts, Lakota guy.
Can you rephrase that again? Sorry about that.
Sorry, yeah. What I meant to say, let's say, because there are a few within America. I'm not sure if any of the natives migrated out, to the rest of the world, but here in America, there are, variations of people who have genetics, native genetics, right? And different variation, whether it be, I'm gonna use percentage, right? Whether it be 100%, 80%, 90, 50, 20, whatever, right? Now, I'm assuming detribalized natives has some how who's considered detribalized natives? You know what I mean?
So yeah, so that's a great question. I think when we think about what detribalization means is that in order to establish a relationship with the federal government, you have to have a treaty, right? Or a treaty or a relationship, a documented relationship with the United States. I think before, I want to say before 1820, maybe something like that. If you could document that, that's one of the litmus tests in order to get federal recognition, because the last federal recognized tribe to gain recognition was a Little Shell Band of Ojibwe in Montana, and that was in 2017, something like that, 2016 maybe. So to be detribalized, and a lot of tribes have lost federal recognition too, right? Does that make them less Indian? Does that make them not have an inherent sovereign relationship with the land? No, right? It still makes them, but it just doesn't officially show them as being federally recognized. So they lose things like having IHS, which is Indian Health Service, or be applicable to American Indian loan programs like Section 184, or American Indian school vouchers, that type of thing. So that would be the big difference there. But I, as a Lakota, as a full-blooded citizen, I don't see the difference between the two at all. I don't see the difference between being detribalized or not detribalized, as long as you're not a pretendian, as long as you're not causing harm. And
what's a
I think furthermore,
again? I'm sorry.
What was that?
What was a pretendian again? Can you just
a
reiterate?
pretendian is someone that doesn't have a relationship with their indigenous community, is not indigenous, but is pretending to be indigenous.
Okay, so they have no proof of having
no proof.
indigenous-
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah, they
okay.
may look like it, but they don't have any relationship with it. I think as long as they're able to do that, as well as not talk over legitimate indigenous people, because what we're seeing on social media time and time again, especially on TikTok, is we're seeing reconnecting natives that have been reconnecting for 6 months or less, talking over traditional indigenous people on a lot of hot button issues, and I think that needs to stop as well.
Oh yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Like that, that's I don't even know why that's happened. I think that's disgraceful when people do that. Like, people should reconnect and they should focus in on that. And as far as any other issues that involve a lot of traditional natives or just natives as a whole, they need to take the lead from traditional natives. They don't need to be at the forefront. It's like you're a reconnecting native. It's like just reconnect. Like that's going to take a long time to do successfully or fully, right? To really immerse yourself in everything. So
Yeah.
you shouldn't be the new leader now. Like, you've only been like native for 6 months. You know what I mean? That's just silly. So I completely agree. The only thing I was going to... Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Plucky.
So I was going to add, like, let me just ask this question. Is Elizabeth Warren legit when it comes to having that 1% Native American genes or whatever?
Is she legit?
lying?
What does that mean?
Or, I mean, like, because I remember that was being an issue when she was in the primaries, right? In the primaries, she was like...
So Elizabeth Warren having less than 1% or 1% DNA allows her to say that she has less 1% DNA. It does not allow her to say she's indigenous. It doesn't allow her to say that she's culturally connected. It doesn't allow her to speak for indigenous issues or identify as indigenous. I would look. We're living in a society where we have people that, like someone who shall remain nameless, I was on this panel, that claims that we could just arbitrarily make a line in the sand on who's Latino and who's not Latino and exclude a goddamn whole country called Mexico, right? So we're living in that type of society in 2021, right? You got people, Tomato, in the comments literally saying, "Oh, he's Venezuelan." How does this fucking guy know me? He doesn't know me. You pay my bills, brother? he doesn't even know my tribal citizenship, right? So look, we have a lot of people that talk out of their ass, right, when it comes to being indigenous and all that stuff. And what Elizabeth Warren does, as well as many other white European people, is they try to weaponize being indigenous to further a political stance. Like, for instance, right, I go on Facebook and there's like a Trump thing, right? And it's like, Trump wants to kick all the illegals out, right? So if he says that and I say, look, you guys are illegal. Trump his real name is Drump, and that's a German last name. Therefore, he is illegal and he does not have a inherent relationship with the land, right? So I say, let's kick you out first, right? So, and then I have a white guy, someone like Breck Hardcomb or Hardknock, comments on there and says, "Oh, I'm such and such Cherokee, and I agree with what Trump said." So what is that? That is basically gaslighting and weaponizing some sort of vague indigenous heritage to promote an ideology, right? Needless to say, this guy doesn't have any relationship with his people. He doesn't speak Tishlagi. He doesn't know his cultural heritage, any of that type of stuff. So at the end of the day, we have people like snowflakes, like Tomato out here, like all these people that want to make arbitrary lines in the sand on who isn't indigenous. But at the same time, I think for us, we have to safeguard, and we have to identify who is and who isn't, because you feel indigenous isn't just a feeling. Oh, I feel indigenous. I feel culturally connected when I listen to that song. That's all bullshit, right? So how do we legitimately, allow people to connect, but also safeguard our shit against people that are literally pretendians? It's complex, and honestly, it's gonna hurt a lot of feelings, brother. Plucky, it's gonna hurt feelings, because
I agree with that. Yeah,
what's gonna happen is that when we have a line in the sand of saying, okay, you're not indigenous, right? You don't have a relationship with it. Even if you have like 10% indigenous DNA, but you're not culturally connected. You're not doing. Look at Juan Chola's fucking life, right? And the shit that he's done. He's put time equity, sweat equity, money equity into finding out his path towards his own people, right? That is a beautiful fucking thing, right? It's beautiful. But what's happening is that we don't have people doing honest, genuine work like Juan Chola's doing. We have people that are saying, oh, I took a DNA test on 10%, therefore I could speak for indigenous people. I could have a goddamn dream catcher above my thing, make bead work, and then talk down real traditional natives. That's the problem we have today. We need more Juan Cholos and less of those fucking people.
Okay, I see. So let me ask you this: let's say, let me ask you this then. Elizabeth Warren, is she a pretendian or is she not?
Absolutely, she's
okay.
a pretendian. Absolutely.
Okay, so she legitimately doesn't have, or does she? I'm just curious.
She has 1% DNA, but that's basically but that doesn't mean anything. It's she's never ever try to genuinely culturally connect to their people. So
so what I see is that Elizabeth Warren. Okay, let's say there's someone who is like Elizabeth, like racially made up, but that person genuinely wants to contribute or be part of the whole, what you can't see me doing this, but quote unquote, I'm using my fingers as native, right? Whatever they want to, whatever.
I think what we're talking about here is we're talking about being ethnically indigenous, right?
Well,
like that's what we're talking about.
I'm just curious,
so the definition of being ethnically indigenous is a person that grew up in their culture, grew up with being seen as an American Indian or an indigenous person, someone who has gone through a lot of that life, has always gone through the problems and the hurdles of that life, right? That is ethnic. I am ethnically indigenous, meaning that I've been culturally connected since birth. I've been looked at as being Lakota my entire life. I've been, I was raised in a household of fluent Lakota speakers, right? So that's literally what I'm trying to say, right? So ethnically is one thing, right? And then the other side is people who are reconnecting. And reconnecting, you still need to do work. You need to do work like Juan Chola did, right? You got to find out who you are, your ancestry, names, tribes, all those things, right? But non-people that are not doing those works and literally still claiming to be indigenous tend to be problematic. Let me just say that. They tend to be people that don't want to put equity into learning who they are, learning their culture, learning all that stuff. That's it, right? So people like Elizabeth Warren, who literally has 1%, who knows that's an anomaly, right? That want to claim being indigenous. She literally said, "I have high cheekbones." She says, right? I have high cheekbones. That is literally allowing a stereotype to perpetuate.
I believe we understood that she's weaponizing, and she's not genuinely trying to be, using or whatever. I understand what you mean, but I just want to get your thought. I just want to get a better understanding, and I think I do. When I mention like someone like Elizabeth Warren, who's genuinely trying to reconnect, you're okay with that, right? I mean, I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Like that's what you're okay. I mean, and can I just hop, just on that wagon? Can I just say that if we're trying to aim for goals for, like, let's say, like you mentioned Lakota guy, you mentioned that not necessarily the goal, but somewhat the end game of this whole reconnecting natives, if successfully accomplished, whatever, we will have a lot of power. Not power, but like we were able to make moves, right? So, especially here in the States, and I can see if we do, just to get more numbers, like even people who are 1% who are actually genuinely want to be part of, the tribe or the community. And, I can see like what if, like, would that be open invitation to people who are like not necessarily 1%, but like who would like to, like, I know there's cases like people who are like, let's just say race is a thing, and racially or not, or ethnically or, genetically not native, but are adopted into the tribe. I'm aware there's like a few people like that, maybe a lot actually. What you think? I'm not asking you the question. I can see it being a way where in the future, let's say all the reconnecting natives do successfully reconnect, and somehow we're in a position to make some moves. Now I feel like in order, it's going to sound like the colonial mindset, but like to retake the land, and at the same time we can adopt people who would adopt, obviously not by fear, but I don't know.
Okay.
But you know what I mean? It's like at one point that's the end game, right? Like to retake, sovereignty over the land, right? Not necessarily like kick everyone out.
You're
but, like,
talking
everyone would
about
be,
land back, right? Is that what you're trying to get back? Like
well,
what the
yeah,
land back movement is?
that would be part of the end game, right? If, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, besides obviously there's, you know, an end to like when the reconnecting natives reconnects, then what? You know what I mean? Then okay, so what then? And that's why I'm just saying, like, in that stage, we would be more like, all right, we'd be in a position where we're able to make some moves, just because if everyone's on the same page, you know what I mean? But
You mean what's our political goals? Is that your question, I guess?
yeah, I mean, politics. What politics has like what influence on our lives, or just on how we, you know, establish some type of economical, you know. Well, I mean, obviously we can still use this. You know, obviously we're going to be in the United States still and be using their currency and all that. But once all the reconnected natives are reconnected, then what?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So the beauty about being indigenous in the United States, right, is that we have a multitude of different cultures and nations. So political motivations may differ slightly, right, depending on region, but inherently what it is complete autonomy and sovereignty from nations based on existing treaty rights. People think that treaty rights are something of like they're old and they're archaic and they're not anything to be talked about, right? The 1867 Fort Laramie Treaty with the Great Sioux Nation is foundational because it establishes them as a sovereign nation. That means not governed by the United States, right? But what happened is that the United States is also holding all the treaties. If we understand this, gets kind of dry, but under what we call federal trust, and that was enacted in 1832 from the John Marshall trilogy, what we call it the Cherokee versus Georgia, and that established that Indians or American Indians are domestic dependents of the United States. They're domestic dependents. So that being said, they're holding all land and all sovereignty under trust, right? So, but that's not treaty rights, right? And treaties are backed by Article 6, Section 2 of the Constitution that says treaties are the supreme law of the land. So what the end goal means is that we want complete sovereignty from the United States as justified in treaties. So what does that mean is that we establish our own traditional government, because right now we have, you probably heard the term like tribal council, right? You've heard the term tribal council and this and that. So what we want to do is abolish tribal governments and establish traditional governments that allow for full sovereignty. So what that does is that it allows us to do things like fund our own energy, our own wind, and not have that type of tax base, right? And also things like I talked about with Juan Chola and Marcus here, that allow, like, say we have kids in camps or kids in ICE detention centers, right? As a sovereign nations, we're able to tell the United States that we want to, quote unquote, deport these people to our sovereign tribal nations in the United States, give them housing, give them school, give them, so like these quote unquote illegal aliens are quote unquote deported to indigenous lands in the United States, able to get housing, free healthcare, all this stuff, and establish themselves, establish families back together. So we're able to exercise our values based on our sovereignty, because what we're living in 2021 is a non-indigenous value system. It's this form of civilization, democracy, is anti-indigenous in nature, and the only way to gain back our values and live our indigenous values is through complete sovereignty. Hopefully that makes sense.
No, yeah, I understand. I'm just so okay. So that is pretty much the plan then. Okay, sorry, I'm just thinking here. Okay, so then to the point where I don't want to get into specific. I think that I believe that topic is something that should be achieved to converse about later down the road once we deal with the real problem, which is, I guess, the reconnecting natives and the pretendians and wabus who are infiltrating through those gaps.
Yeah, I think a big part of that especially the Wabo movement, I'd say, is one to acquire a relationship with the land. Therefore, they're able to get some sort of benefit. Look, there is a stereotype beyond that exists between outside of our native indigenous community that somehow indigenous people get benefits. We get land, we get casinos, we get housing, we get all these benefits. So these low information wabos, right, say that, oh, we're part of this, and we are part of this, so we want the benefits. But in essence, we have gotten zero benefits for being indigenous. We have zero. In fact, we're still being occupied by a foreign government, man. That's something that a lot of other nations can't say right now, but it's the truth.
I liked how you called them low information wobbles. That made me laugh a little bit. My high pitched laugh came out. All right, so I think I haven't really talked much to pass out. Not saying anything. I'm glad you all talked. I just wanted to bring in my point too, and it was kind of like kind of tracing back a little bit, but going back to those people that have the 1% native ancestry, or people of that nature. And I remember seeing posts about political posts about Native Americans. And then there was these people that opposed these political posts that were, and these people weren't they were straight up non-native people, but they said they're hey, well, I'm 1% Cherokee, or my great ancestor was this, so I don't see any issues with this going on with Native Americans. So you have people like that. So I think that's where parameters need to obviously need to be set, because those people don't, kind of like what you're saying, Lakota guy, they I don't know, there's some, maybe you can, is what I'm saying making sense?
About what I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. No, it's okay. About people that that are barely I would say 1% native ancestry, because they cling on to that. Well, my great grandmother was Cherokee something, so I don't really. I agree with whatever's happening to Native Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, cool. Awesome.
We see it on TikTok, bro. We see it on there.
Yeah.
We see it on Facebook. Oh, I'm Native and I don't find this problematic. Oh, okay. So you throw out your back, your Native card whenever you would basically advance a conservative talking point.
Yeah. Now you know what I'm saying. I was trying to I wasn't trying to beat around the bush or anything. I was just trying to get to that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Across.
May I ask a question for Lakota guy?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So let's say someone who is, again, focus a little bit more on race here, but let's say someone's racially 50-50, that person's, let's say the father is, African American, black, ADOS, whatever you want to refer him as, and the mother would be full-blooded, let's say, right, native, right? What would that person do? Because I feel that's a topic, that person, that offspring, or the child would be, racially make up of being half native and half ADOS, black, African, or what have you. Even though it's not
Oh, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Plucky's getting his talking point. Go ahead, Plucky. So are you saying about half people who are half? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, people who are biracially, who are biracial. Not necessarily like in the South, south of the border, there's something called mestizo, but I'm not referring to them. I'm referring to people who are literally, for instance, my niece is half Filipina and half native, right? Her mom is Filipina and I'm the uncle, right? So my niece is
right.
my brother, right? So I'm just curious, because I don't want them to shine away from their Filipino heritage, because we're really close ties. I mean, I'm from the Bay, right? So we have a big diverse community of different groups of people. Most of my friends are Filipino, Native, Chinese, Vietnamese, Black, and Samoan, right? So I don't want them to be my question is, can there be a person who what's your thoughts on people who are biracial? Would they have I'm saying fair chance? I feel the people there's a lot more biracial people having, like I said, my niece, who are being born, because in the United States there's a bit of if you're a little bit liberal, you're more open to like interracial marriage, right? So I'm just wondering your thoughts on, would that person be like, can that person be like considered black or Filipino or and at the same time native,
Yeah.
even though
So
whether enrolled or not? Because like,
yeah, absolutely. So if you're tribally enrolled, right, it depends on what nation, right? Because some people go by
Mhm.
blood quantum. My nation literally has gone to 50% blood quantum this year. Sadly, I believe that's a sad thing because I believe blood quantum, in essence, is native erasure. I believe that you are literally erasing your people in blood quantum, right? So if you're able to get citizenship with your sovereign nation, do that, right? And if you're able to do that, then you are considered 100% citizenship. You're considered 100% of that nation, right?
mhm.
Whether it be whether your blood is 50%, 20%, you are 100% fully that nation, right? That's why the settler colonial construct of blood and what is half, who's 50%, who's whatever, that's bullshit, right? We have
Well, I mean, you
our
have
own way of
parents,
looking at
yeah.
it. So traditionally, we had as Lakota, we would have something called a hunka ceremony. Hunka is meaning that someone can be adopted into a nation with zero relationship or ties, right? So before colonization, before European settler constructs of race and quantum and 50%, 20%, anyone who talks like that is part of the settler colonial construct of racism, right? They talk in percentages of Indianness, right?
Well, okay, let me
So
just stop you there. Can,
yeah,
can I
go
say
ahead.
something? Because like my sister-in-law, she's Filipina. So I mean, are you going to say she doesn't exist because it's a social construct?
Right. So Filipina is a ethnicity. It's a nationality, right? But they
Yeah,
also have because actually there's a
Aboriginals.
guy
Yeah.
on TikTok that did their DNA admixture. There's actually Mexican DNA with a lot of Filipino people, right?
Yeah, that's
Because
another
of the
thing.
Tlaxcaltecas and all this history, right? So if you look at ethnic or nationality wise and nationalistic, can they be nationally looked at as being Filipino while being a tribal citizen? Absolutely. Can you celebrate both heritages? Absolutely, you can. There's no one stopping you, right?
Mm.
But that how a person identifies is a personal choice. If they're half this, half that, right? It depends on if they're culturally connected. I would say if you grew up in a Lakota household, you grew up with Lakota people, knowing you're Lakota, being identified as Lakota, being phenotypically, you are Lakota, whether if you're 50%, 20%, 10%, right? It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. But
Um,
I have a brother actually that is on Oglala reservation. He's half black, he's half African American, and he
Hmm.
looks like just the normal African American guy, right? But this brother, he speaks fluent Lakota, and he's a tribal citizen, and he
Yeah.
considers himself 100% full-blooded Lakota
But
because
he's not.
that's how
Yeah.
he identifies.
But okay, I know I don't want to put him on the spot, but is he ashamed of, not ashamed, but like, does he? Is he? I know obviously he's aware that he's, have African. He's also African, or has some type of African genetic. I don't know what the person's parents are, but like, would it be like good? Never mind. It's not really. I mean, I guess it depends on
No,
each
okay, so I guess
individual.
what you're trying to say is that
Like, is it
so
okay? Like, is
so
it
so this
kosher?
guy, right? His name is Alex Wounded Side, right? He
Yeah.
identifies as Lakota, full-blood Lakota, even though he's half African American, right?
Yeah.
He's not
So then,
ashamed of being African. In fact,
okay, that's
when
what I
you
meant to
look
say. I
at
don't
him,
want
he looks like
to.
he's African American, like full-blooded African American,
But
whatever that
he's
means,
not
right?
ashamed of it, though, right?
He's not ashamed. No, but he
Okay.
is not culturally connected to that side of his family. He's more culturally connected to his Lakota side.
Hmm.
Therefore, he identifies as Lakota, and as he should, because as a sovereign nation, he's a citizen of the Oglala Lakota, meaning he is full-blooded Lakota according to his nation.
Hmm. Okay, I got it. I just want to make sure, like, again, like, it's up to the individual.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no real.
But
It's
it's kosher, though.
complex, bro.
But it's okay though, right? Like, for instance, like my
Humanity is
niece.
complex. Yeah,
Let's
of course
say,
you should be proud about everything you are.
okay, all right. I just want to make sure if it's like an okay, because like
Of course, yeah,
many
absolutely.
people are like, there's, not setting up rules, but just like not gatekeeping. I'm just saying, like, if you go, if you consider yourself something, you should, go 100%. But Now, within the modern age, there's a lot more biracial people,
And it's going to
being
grow for
born.
sure.
Yeah, so it's like that's another problem we're going to be facing.
I think what we don't want to do, though,
in the
is get to
future.
a point where we're instituting a colonial brand like Latino. Because Latino came out of the encomienda system, right? Came out of the caste system. Because it prioritizes your white heritage above your indigenous heritage. That's what the term Latino. That's why I don't get people like radical Latino. Like, why would you use a term that prioritizes racially and prioritizes your indigenous heritage? I don't understand that. But that's the road we take if we continue to want to label people that are mixed, right? Whether you're indigenous or Latino, blah blah blah. Like, we can't throw label. We just got to let people identify with who they are ethnically connected to, what they grew up with, and respect that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. I guess it can also like segue to radical. Like I think like for his position, like I know he's like mixed with different things, right?
Right.
You're quote unquote typical Latino who tends to which I tend to see the people who were pioneering this Latino identity tends to be the people from the Caribbean. And Caribbean is not necessarily just the islands. It can also consider like, the people from Venezuela, people from Colombia, who are touching that
right. So real quick, the tomato says Latino doesn't come from the cat. So why does it but the truth is this, that whether it does or not, and if I made that mistake, I apologize, but whether it does or not, it prioritizes inherently your white heritage before your indigenous heritage. I mean, we could agree to that,
kind
right?
of. It's subconscious. It's like it's
of
not
course
direct.
It does. Okay, because your last name is Spanish, right? Latino is Spanish. There's nothing indigenous about both of those things. So of course it prioritizes it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I agree. Latino specifically comes from the French, like invented it then because they wanted to have the Latinos down here, or the Mexicans, all these people to more identify with the Iberian French type of side, white side, as opposed to the Anglo-Saxon. So that's why they invented Latino. Yeah. So, but I mean, essentially, yes. It's, what you're saying, Lakota guy, it has the same effect regardless. I mean, you are prioritizing the white European side with the like Latino.
Can I speak? Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Go
ahead. You've been waiting for a while.
Lakota guy, is it true that your dad is from Venezuela?
No, so my dad, I don't know where Tomato gets his bullshit information from. My dad's American, right? But he went down to, and I think this comes from a conversation I had with a big creator, and he spent time down in the Orinoco area, and he has ties down there, right? He has ties down there, and to the Carupani nations of the Orinoco, and he's spent time down in Venezuela. I mean, but what Tomato's trying to get at is that he's basically saying that, Lakota guy is not indigenous. He's not Lakota. He's half. He's instituting literally what we've been talking about, right? Which is this literal like definition of settler colonial constructs of blood quantum, right? Of what that means to be blood quantum. Does that make sense?
Well, the thing is that I am kind of pro blood quantum because
that's sad, bro.
Well, I don't want. Well, I view Native as a race, and I don't want it to like be extinct.
You don't want your white side to be. Oh my god! All right,
no, not the Native side. I don't want it to like go away. Natives as a race.
Well, man, I gotta tell you, man, I disagree with you firmly on that. I disagree with you firmly on that, bro, because natives weren't a race. Race is a social construct by Europeans, man. We are nations of people. That's why people like Tomato are trying to disenfranchise my indigeneity, because he thinks being a part of a nation supplants someone being indigenous, right? And that's what settler colonial constructs, that's what the encomienda system, that's what all these systems have tried to do indigenous people from the beginning, is putting nationhood above blood, right? Above that relationship with the land. Like, if you're saying you don't want the indigenous race to be extinct, I mean, That's what are you going to institute? Epi-eugenics? You're going to mandate indigenous people to literally have sex with only other indigenous people, regardless of who they love, who they want to be with,
Well,
who's healthier for them, like all those things. Is that what you're trying to say?
I have this could sound like anti-white for a second, but if indigenous people go with like black or Asians, I have no problem with it. But if they go with like white people, I have a problem with it.
So mandated intercourse.
Well, not just with white people. If a black or an Asian person wants to go with an indigenous person, then I see no problem with it.
Well, you're gonna have a problem with me, brother.
Uh,
You know why?
yeah.
Because my son isn't full Lakota. He's half white. He's half French Canadian. So does that mean he's not Lakota anymore? Is he a shitbag according to you? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm just saying it's just that it's
So
different.
so if he were to approach you, what would you tell about it? What would you say to him?
I'm saying you're still native. I mean, have at least 25% native blood. You're still native.
I do not understand what you're trying to say here. Maybe the panel can help with
Look,
this.
if you have a blood quantum of at least a quarter native, you're still native. It doesn't matter if it's like white, black, or Asian. You're still native.
I think Ikau's running by. I think do most tribes go by? Isn't it the lowest is like 25% in terms of like what tribes in the U.S. use for blood quantum?
So there's two different types of requirements. There
Yeah.
is blood quantum. Like I said, my tribe is 50%. Some are 20%. Some are 10%. It depends. The majority of what I understand is lineage. Is that and besides like the what we call the 5 tribes that are part of that Marshall trilogy. So the Creek, Seminole, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Cherokee, right? Those tribes go by something called the Dawes rolls and the Baker rolls. So you have to have a tribal descendant that is on those rolls in order to be a tribal citizen. Well, my nation, we didn't subscribe to that, right? So you have to have, in my nation, it used to be that you have to have your mother, because we're matriarchal in that way, that your mother has to be a tribal citizen of the nation for you to be a citizen of that tribal nation. So it really depends on what nation it is.
Yeah. Thanks for answering that. I didn't know. I need to understand that better. But going back, we're going to rewind a little bit here. You know, it's funny, Lakota guy. We had that Israelite guy on, but you know, he got the boot.
Oh, did you have him on today? Oh my god!
Yeah,
I
well,
missed it, man.
well, that I know, right? Well, that was the plan, was to have him on, and we could just like argue with him, and give everyone a show.
Wow.
But and I know, and then when you were on, I was like, oh, this would be perfect, and then we didn't get there. But yeah, he might still be on here, but he was just preaching the same old like weird stuff, weird creepy stuff.
What was he saying? There were a tribe of Gad, right? Tribe of Gad and
Yeah,
Shem, and
he
we're,
said
we're
something.
Hebrew, and he was saying yesterday, bro. You missed it. He was saying things like
Yeah.
the Central American, like a Nicaraguan tribe or something like that, spoke Hebrew, like a dialect of Hebrew, or something like that. Crazy.
Yeah, he said that like Mexicas came from Syria or Iraq. I don't know,
Oh my
man.
god.
They really are the lost tribe.
They're a lot, man. I'm telling you,
They're-
man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's something else. Like I know, like I never thought they. It was a very interesting video when we were talking about like them being infiltrators and whatnot. And I wanted to like go about like the brown berets, because initially when I heard about the brown berets, I thought that they were like people that tried to like look out for others. And then like when you guys showed the video of the brown berets around like the Wabos, or was it the Hebrew Israelites? But especially in that video where that Wabo woman was speaking for indigenous people regarding the issue in California. You remember what I'm talking about? You guys had showed
Yeah.
that video. Yeah. So that really, changed my perception of like the Brown Berets in general,
Yeah,
because
and
they supported that stuff.
I had Marcus brother. I had no idea about that with the Brown Berets. I had no idea that um, some of them, or maybe a lot of them, were infiltrated by a lot of this pseudo ethnocentric erasure. Right. I know a lot of them that came out of the Brown Berets believe that in ethnocentric racist ideologies that were anti-indigenous, like Africans sailed here and taught us how to build pyramids, that whole thing of like, we're just so stupid, we needed an outside influence to teach us how to build, Chichen Itza and Cholula and all these other pyramid areas. It's ridiculous. So I know a lot of them right now are influenced by that, but it's also sad that, and this is a question we have to ask our audience, I think, too, is at what point do you bow down to get allyship? At what part do you sell out your ancestors in order to shake the hand of someone that wants to be a colonizer? At what point do you say to yourself, "Oh, we have allyship with another POC group, but in order to do that, we're going to have them slap our ancestors in the middle of doing that. We're going to allow them to erase our ancestry." So how important is the pseudo allyship in order for you to shake the hands of people that would rather your ancestors be dead? I mean, that I guess that's the question that I would ask. I would ask people part of that organization, outside the organization, because true allyship is this: it's respecting. It is literally respecting the historical context of those people, of those nations. It is respecting the inherent sovereign rights that indigenous people have to this land prior to 1492, prior to colonization. That's what it is. And when we try to have people that supplant themselves in the Western Hemisphere based on pseudo archaeology, that's the issue. That's the issue we have.
Yeah, I heard that you were talking about like outside influence, and it's just like crazy stuff, man. Um, but yeah, just I don't know. It's funny because I view the Hebrew Israelites in general as just like, I don't know, these really crazy lunatics that again, it's just they don't get any attention, so then they just like try to make these little small channels, and I don't know how many people support them. I hope it's really small.
The BHI, the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, the Black.
Oh,
the
it's
Hebrew
it's
Israel.
it's sadly, bro. Marcus, brother, it's crazy because we have people that are dissatisfied with who they are. They're dissatisfied with just being, who they are. So therefore, they look at things like BHI, who wear these uniforms, they wear these headbands, and they chant and yell at people. They're like, man, this is something. And they're saying things like, you're from a lost tribe, and your people are great, part of a great kingdom. So you need to reconnect with that kingdom, right? And of course, that sounds it sounds enticing to someone that's low information, that doesn't really understand who they are, etc. Right? So what we get is people like him, and let's be honest, these people that subscribe to this ideology, this BHI, most of them pay some sort of monthly fee, like 20% of their income, 10%. So you have to ask yourself, like, why, why is that a motivation, that money motivation? But beyond it, you're literally perpetuating another form of like Catholicism on your people, right? Another form of a Western Abrahamic religion that is meant to oppress your people inherently. So that's why I don't understand people, especially indigenous people, subscribing to that ideology.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate because I saw indigenous people that were like subscribing to that. So I think we can all agree that the Black Hebrew Israelites probably should all be in straitjackets somewhere. I think that someone left a comment saying like the Brown Berets like were organized in formations that have different ideologies and like histories throughout the U.S. So it's unfortunate to like to see some units fall for this, the Afrocentric lies. So. Perhaps like the current ones, or at least some of them, are falling for these lies.
Yeah,
but
it's
yeah.
yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's okay. No, no worries. I was just going to say I don't know that I have that much knowledge about them. So, yeah, what were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say that I think what Daniel Calderon here believes, I think that's true. I think in any type of like national organization, whether it be POC led or not, you always have to have checks and balances on your values and what you believe in, right? And I think a lot of these organizations maybe grow a lot, further than what they want to, and they lose that core function of checks and balances, of ideology and purpose. Because I know, I mean, as well as a lot of people in the comments, that the Brown Berets of like the 50s and 60s did some amazing things, right?
Yeah.
They stood up for rights, they stood up for student rights, they stood up for Chicanos, right? All these amazing things. So we fast forward to 2021 and we see a skew in ideology, the allowance of Afrocentric pseudo erasure of indigenous people, the allowance of oppression of indigenous people in the effort of quote unquote unity. And I think that is a loss of checks and balances of your value system.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's just like, it's just a series of unfortunate events, but I'm glad that we have people like your channel and like others that are calling them out, on this erasure.
Yeah, and Marcus, brother, I gotta say, like, you and Wanchola have been just such great friends, man, and I consider you guys personal friends of mine because for us to do, for AIDL to exist, I should say, even though I kind of took a break from it and it kind of because of personal reasons, right? I've had a lot of like this job change and all this other stuff I've had to do. It's important for us to come together as reconnecting people, because we're facing an uphill battle, right? And one thing that I really like about Indigenous podcast is you have really in the weeds conversations about things that matter, things about reconnecting. What does it mean to authentically connect to your people? What does it mean to authentically, search out your ancestry? And I think that's a testament. Wanchola, his journey is a testament that you can fucking do it. Regardless of all the naysayers and people saying, oh, no, there's no way you can connect your people. He literally did it. And we see more and more of our Southern Indigenous people connect to it. And as a Northern Native, as someone up here, that's we're battling a lot of different things up here. I find that encouraging. I find that what you guys are doing is loving your Indigenous ancestry and putting time and sweat equity into loving your community. That's what Indigenous podcast is. That it's an act of love that you're giving time and space from your busy day to your community to talk about these things. And I sincerely appreciate that from the bottom of my heart that you guys do that for your community.
Oh no, I really appreciate it, Lakota. But yeah, I ever since I did, so now the haters will say, "Oh well, your community's fake. They're a bunch of larpers." That's what they say now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, now they want to say that. Oh, some scholars say that you guys stopped existing a couple centuries ago, so therefore you're all larpers. I'm like, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, okay, thank you so much, for saying that. We've really have tried to do our best and like making really attractive videos for those that are always interested in listening and like want to join or reconnect. So well, thank you too for supporting us. So again, we always are thankful for like your supporters and people that are here willing to listen, because that's what keeps the channel running. And I was going to sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say, a testament to your character, to both of your guys' character, is that I got reached out to last week from, and man, I'm so sorry, I forgot his name, but he's a really intelligent brother. I think he's from down, he's a Southern Indigenous brother. Me and him spoke. Remember that conversation? He was in the weeds. Very intelligent brother, has long hair.
Oh, Numauta?
Yeah, maybe that's him. Yeah.
Numauta.
Numauta. He reached out to me with another sister that is she runs the Quechua Project. So and I forgot her. She's from Georgetown University. so she was on there, and they messaged me saying, "Hey, we would love a Northern Indigenous voice to talk about the Aymara people." I'm going to mispronounce that, but that Indigenous nation in Bolivia that they're having kind of a meet and greet, and they're having a conference. So they invited me on there to speak about 5 minutes, 6 minutes about Northern Indigenous, and have that say a couple kind words of encouragement to what they're doing. And that couldn't have happened without your platform. That couldn't have happened without you guys doing what you do and allowing me as a Northern native to come as a guest on your space here, because this is your space. This isn't my space, but I appreciate that. And I love that, because I was able to make that connection. I was able to make a video for them and welcoming the Aymara and just welcoming them, encouraging them on their journey, and saying that we have their back as Northern natives, and we need more spaces and more places to do that. And that came out of what you guys have done. So again, I want to thank you for that.
Oh no, we're really, really glad that that was able to happen. So no, we're thankful for that. I wanted to introduce real quick Red. This is Red Wolf.
Yeah, hello. What's it?
Red Dog. Red
What's
Wolf,
it?
sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we got you.
Yeah, we got you, man.
Yeah, what's it? I'm from the Cree Nation, the Neheyiwa. I am White Bear.
Hansei.
Yeah. That's a different Cree dialect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying, brother.
Yeah, it's okay.
No,
Yeah.
we're glad to have you on, guys. Red Wolf, he's somebody that's on our Discord. Very, very awesome guy. We like to talk to all the time. We play chess, me and him.
Yeah.
Yep. Right before I introduce you a little bit more, Lakota, I just wanted to say, thank you again for saying that. I remember New Amada had reached out to me and asked me a few things, and I recommended you. But yeah, it really means a lot that you said, thanks to this channel, like that you guys are able to connect. So it makes me really happy.
Absolutely.
So yeah, but yeah, Red, welcome to the channel. This is your first time on.
Yeah, it's my first time, and yeah, this is my first time doing this thing too.
Yeah, it's good to hear you.
Yeah. What are you guys? What's the subject? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah. So what we were told, it's been quite an interesting night, so to speak. So initially we were talking about, I think I had discussed with you about the woman named Carrie, what's her face? I forgot. Sorry.
It started with a B or something.
It started with a B. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Bourassa. And I guess she had put herself in a position of power for Indigenous people, but she's not Indigenous. So then she got called out and all this other stuff. And my thoughts were, now we were kind of going back and forth, where I think like doing something like that should probably get you in jail, at least for some period of time, because you're taking the benefits of someone from an Indigenous community that really needs it.
Yeah, fraudulently. Like, what do you think, Red Wolf? You think she should get jail time?
Definitely, because that's like kind of like fraud, but kind of like it's almost like we call those people that steal identities for those crimes. Except she's not stealing an individual's identity; she's stealing an ethnicity, and well, she took some things and whatever that she wasn't supposed to be part of, because that's not her ethnicity, or like what gives her the right to say things about Indigenous stuff when she's not Indigenous herself.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I guess it's a form of identity theft, which is a form of fraud. So yeah, I would say she should, but I don't even know how that would go if it happened here in the U.S. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, and Red, if you don't mind me asking, do you mind if we introduce you to the viewers here?
Yeah, sure.
Or I mean, you can introduce yourself. I know you're from Canada.
Oh, I'm Red Wolf. Red Wolf. Well, but my spirit name is well, I can't say my spirit name because there are Wobbles watching this probably. Yeah, I am from from the Cree Nation, the Swampy Cree. Yeah, from Canada. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really
Thank you.
appreciate that. So yeah, well, Lakota guy, did you think that that was reasonable too? Like jail time would make sense. I understand, like in Canada, the laws the system is much different than here in the U.S.
I think it's a form of thievery, and I agree with Red. She definitely deserves jail time because that is you're thieving. You're taking something for yourself that is illegal. So I would agree, Marcus.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that yeah, it's the necessary option that should be taken. But I don't know. I mean, I think at least her identity has been exposed, and she can never work in a position like that again. So yeah, we were just going on about that and just how dangerous that is for communities. And now, like, I understand, and I understood a little bit earlier, but now at this point, like, just why so many communities, indigenous communities across the U.S. and Canada, really, are protective and very, suspicious of these types of people. So it's very clear, more clear now. So I just hope that more people like what's her face, Carrie, can be called out, like we were able to do in this video.
Yeah. Speaking of which, the Des, or as one of the viewers that pointed out, she pointed out that Canada has like this self-identity thing, which is kind of, I don't know, kind of my own opinions about it, but I don't really want to say it. But yeah, this seems to be like this trend going on of people identifying as a Métis or this stuff to get benefits or land. There's even one issue that's in Ontario. It's the Algonquins, and these white people, the pretenders, or infiltrators, whatever you want to call them. They identified themselves as Algonquin, and even though they weren't Algonquin, they still managed to get provincial. Whatever, I guess the province decided to give them some land and a city of their own, and like clean water, even though many reserves don't have that, and especially amongst the First Nation Indigenous communities, and that's pretty whack, and I think that's fucked in a way. But I guess while the real ones, the real Algonquins, call this out. And what the pretenders, all they had to say was these are the fake ones. They call the real ones the fake ones, which is whack.
You know what we have in our community, Red, is we have a lot of fake medicine men, right? And I don't know if the Cree Nation suffers for that as much as we do, but we have people literally trying to make money off these ceremonies and in inviting non-Indians, inviting white people, Southern, these rich retirees, right? Saying that they're going to go to a Sundance and they're going to get an Indian name and all this other stuff, right? And they're making money off it. And they're calling themselves Lakota, right? So what I do is I do some research. I email them. In fact, there's one email that just went on forever. Found out that the person claims to be adopted into the tribe, right? From somebody, right? They're adopted, this and that, and that allows them to run a ceremony. Let's be 100% here. Even if you are 100% adopted, that gives you no right to be a medicine man or sell or sell some sort of ceremony. It's a red flag. Anyone that sells ceremony should be looked at as being suspect, because they are literally selling our ancestors for chump change.
Yeah, I find that's part of the secretive things about the medicine man aspect of it. I am not sure what goes on in different nations or other Cree tribes as well. I'm actually pretty prepared, new to it to myself, and I have come across of that. My teachings as free. I didn't have to pay for it. That being said, But I find my own view, and I heard from other Crees as well, from other Cree tribes as well. They say that that secretive aspect of the ceremonies shouldn't be secret, but you know, we shouldn't be welcoming outsiders, like you said, because of issues like that.
Absolutely. Like you know, my mother, you know, she grew up, I grew up, I should say, with her selling beadwork. She's a traditional Lakota beadwork artist, and she used to sell it on the side of the road in the Black Hills, right? Being spit on by white people, being called a squaw, all these other things, in order to buy me diapers, right? And so I grew up with a mom that made beadwork, and she quit for a while, and now she's back at it. She makes some very intricate beadwork, but the problem is that she is up against a lot of fraudulent beadwork artists that don't have a relationship with their land, a relationship with their tribal community, and they're saying that they're native, they're saying that they're indigenous, and literally underselling their beadwork, because their beadwork's being made in China. They're using Chinese beads, and they're passing it off as authentic Lakota beadwork, using you're stealing basically our patterns. And I believe, and I fear that that type of issue is gonna get bigger and worse and worse and worse, because you know, my mom will make a wristband, a Lakota wristband with seed beads and cut beads, which is a lot smarter than seed beads, and she'll sell it for like $250, right? But someone will undercut that $60 because it's made in China. So we have a big problem with even getting people to give money to our indigenous economy. How do we keep indigenous economies going when we allow fraudsters to come into it? And like what Marcus said with the question about, you know, what is the ramification? If we don't have tough ramifications of like jail time, fees, all those things, people like my mother, who's sells authentic indigenous Lakota beadwork, she's going to suffer because these people will continue to do it knowing that there's no ramifications.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think there should be some ramifications for that type of stuff. I mean, it's a disgrace.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate that that's happening, and I think there is a word for that in the business world, and I do not know the term for it though, but there is a word for that.
I think it's like yeah, I think it came in my head and it flew out, brother. I think intellectual property, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called, or maybe I don't know, but I think what that's part of the issue as well, like the bead workers and other stuff as well, like the fur trade. There's still that going on, even though that's not really talked about. And like, I was gonna go from here. Give me a sec.
Yeah, speaking of the fur trade, that's also something else I need to like understand more. Like I was just learning about like how you know, the French in Canada really continued on with colonizing the upper north. Was, I think, one of the reasons was for fur trade.
Yeah, Europe. Europe. There was this kind of like, it was this fashion for the Europeans. This during the fur trade back in the day, historical day. The Europeans were pretty fucking interested in these furs, and there was a lot of demand for it, and the traders came all the way over to the Americas to trade for fur, and but we did not get the money. Instead, we got guns or other stuff.
And another thing to add on that that people may not understand is that the history of Western expansion couldn't take place without the corruption of the fur trade between the French and the English. So historically, the Quebecois, the French Canadian people, had established relationships with Eastern tribes, especially up in Quebec and what we know as Quebec today, and southern down the coast. And when the English found out that that is the majority of their money, because look, fur trade was huge. It made millionaires and made people that were so wealthy that they would establish relationships with tribes that were good at hunting and sell these furs back to Europe for like 10 times, 11 times, 100 times as much money as they were able to pay these indigenous people. So the British saw this as a direct threat to their conquest of the Americas, right? So they decided to get into the fur trade, and they were known as fucking con artists. The British were conning tribes left and right. They had bad relationships, and in fact, one thing is a misnomer that the Quebecois, the French Canadians, in the fur trade introduced alcohol to indigenous people. Actually, that's a lie. The truth is that the people that introduced alcohol in the fur trade were the British. The British were the ones to do that because they realized if they introduced alcohol, it would disrupt families, it would disrupt those communities. So they're able to gain even more access, able to get more pelts at a lower price because people would be addicted to alcohol, right? And suffer alcoholism. So this took place all the way in the 14, 15, 1600s, all the way west. In fact, in Minnesota, or what we call Minnesota, in northern Minnesota, we had the Anishinaabe, or what we call the Ojibwe, and we had treaties with the Quebecois that went up and down the St. Croix River for fur trading. They would fur trade with us. They would fur trade with the Ojibwe, the Cree nations, etc. So what happened is that the British disrupted all of that trade. They would give them weapons. They would create animosity between tribes, which came to a head in a tribal warfare between the Yanktonai or Yankton Dakota Sioux people with the Ojibwe people in northern Minnesota. That spurred this huge war in the war conquest that was fueled by guns from colonizers that allowed even more fighting a war. So that's why when you have white people that say, oh, you indigenous people, all you guys did was war with each other. You guys were savage with each other. Well, guess who fucking started those wars? It was you guys, because we had established treaties of trade with many nations. My nation, the Oceti-Sakowin, we had treaties with the Cree, we had treaties with the Anishinaabe, the Winnebago, the Sac and Fox, the Iowa, the Omaha. So we had treaty rights. But what happened is that the introduction of guns and liquor created these mini wars with nations, because all these nations were being pushed west because of settler colonialism. So Ojibways, which are eastern woodland people, started moving in the Midwest, and the Oceti-Sakowin started so the Lakota broke up from the Dakota, and we moved to our ancestral homelands of the Black Hills. So you look at the history of colonization, and it was spurred by ugly, nasty business practices and evil business practices, and underhanded illegal activity from the British selling alcohol to our indigenous people.
Yeah, they were using underhanded techniques or tactics to disrupt the fucking regional areas, basically destabilizing it or something like that nature. And then once that happened, whatever, and then we had the wars, the skirmishes, the battles and stuff. I visited a honoring ground, like a battle honor ground, which is what took place in the fur trade. When it was about the fighting about the fur trade, I actually visited that place. We didn't do any ceremony there, but it was actually a Canadian ecological site in Canada, and I didn't really learn much about that, but I did learn about the West, because the Iron Confederacy, which was with multiple tribes, that went against the Blackfoot Confederacy, which was about fur, land, and stuff. Maybe I'm a little bit mistaken there.
Yeah, I don't know much. I know the Cree Confederacy had animosity towards the Blackfoot Nation, as well as with us, the Great Sioux Nation, the Confederacy, Oceti-Sakowin, Seven Nation Confederacy. We decided to become at war with the Mandan Arikara people, because the Arikara people would literally steal supplies and supply routes from a lot of these nations that were meant based on treaty rights, right? Based on our agreements. So we ended up in that type of skirmish. But you look at intertribal skirmishes and intertribal warfare, a lot of that was started by settler colonials, by settlers disrupting treaties that were established before 1492. Like we're talking about historical treaties we had with each other's nations, treaties of trade, right? I mean, this goes all the way down south. You look at Cahokia, right? At Chaco Canyon, there's evidence of quetzal feathers there, vanilla, chocolate that were brought up from Central America, South America. We had trade with each other. In fact, all of the river routes are considered major trade routes before colonization. And that's something that a lot of people don't understand about Indigenous history, is that we literally knew each other, got to know each other, and traded with each other. In fact, my people, this month, we would make our way down to Pueblo lands, and we would bring with us buffalo fur, and we would give our buffalo fur to the Pueblo and all the nations down in what is present day New Mexico for a winter camp, in order to welcome them and thank them for allowing us on their land. So we had that type of trade. Again, all of this is in complete opposite of what they teach in history books and what they teach in United States history, Canadian history, as of being a bunch of fucking simpletons, right? Well, the simple Indian, they warred with each other,
Yeah, I agree with you with some of those points. But we also did like the warrior societies would always fight over some of the hunting grounds and stuff and whatnot. But that being said, yeah, there was a market, and I guess in a way we didn't at the time. They didn't really understood the market aspect of it, because there was no market. It was just a trade for guns or
Right.
whatever, and tools and whatever. And actually, there was a trader, a Blackfoot trader, that somehow got a samurai sword. That's how far a katana, a sword. That's how far the trade went, and whatever. And but before the colonials came, there was actually an Ojibwe person. I'm pretty sure it was an Ojibwe person or a Navajo person. I think it was a Navajo. Yeah, it was a Navajo. I'm pretty sure it was a Navajo. It was found in somewhere in South America. His corpus was found in South America, and there would be trading like a food. That would come. It was coming away. It was sneaking its way north, and then it was going different directions, and eventually it would reach near Manitoba, modern day Manitoba. There was like all types of foods there, and yeah, there was like a lot of trade, and there was a lot of traveling people going around. And the aspect of saying like, oh, you weren't allowed to here or there, that's actually a lie. Well, it kind of, there's complex things there, but and there's something I'm not really knowledgeable of, but I do know that there were areas that people didn't go fight at, and actually there were enemies that if they go to a certain area, they would actually not be at war with each other, or have to worry about getting killed by this dude or woman, whatever, or a group of people. They were just they're there to live. I guess there were areas like that.
And we would play. I'm sure the Cree did the same thing with intertribal skirmishes. We would resolve them with games. We would play a version of lacrosse. In fact, that's how the Northern Cheyenne and Lakota became allies, is because we had a 3-day lacrosse game, for lack of a better word. Takapsachapi. Takapsachapi is a Lakota word for a game that's similar to lacrosse. So we played Takapsachapi at the what we call the Hot Springs, South Dakota. Was Hot Springs, South Dakota currently for 3 days, and then we decided that we're both going to use that territory together. So it wasn't always murder. It wasn't always killing. Some of it was just ball games.
Yeah. Yeah. So I kind of wanted to go into this thing there. as there was his trades and stuff. Yes, it had origins in the South America. That's really correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as I was saying about the trades and stuff, like we traded these things, and then we're going back to the I don't know what to call the people, the type of people that make like the fur when they tan it, or when they make beadwork. Are they called artisans or not?
Yeah, like craftsmen.
Yeah, craftsmen. So these craftsmen, they did these things back in the day and still do. And then actually, my great grandfather, he actually did something like this, and he made he made good money, and he actually bought himself a truck back in the day, which wasn't very too, yeah. But yeah, he actually did. He managed to get himself a truck back in the day somehow.
That's awesome, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle, he's he makes chanumpas, he makes pipes, and he makes pipe stones from he gets clay and makes the pipes.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, brother? All my family are like artists and craftsmen. Dude, I am the worst. Dude, I have no skill. I got nothing. I can't even paint, dude. And I feel so bad about it because like people make ledger art and all this stuff. I'm just like the most unskilled of my nation. I'd be detribalized at this point if we were in the 1800s, man.
Yeah, I get it. But I was about to go into the markets of today, like when it comes to that point, causes like these people who are like making it cheaper, like doing these things. What would you say that's almost like the fur trade back then? Instead of like doing these underhanded tactics, it's more like they just go to China now. That's like, I don't know. Maybe that's not a good analogy. Probably
Yeah,
not.
no, it still exists today. I mean, we still trade with each other.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sorry.
Go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, I wish that we would have had the access that, well, Native Americans ourselves would have had access to more like trade, like, how I always bring up like how the Spaniards, use guns and swords, but again, like, and steel. But yeah, they traded that, because steel comes from India and guns come from China. So, when the British and the Spanish obviously came here, they had a lot of trading that they did. So that's what really benefited them as well. So I wish like that. I mean, but Red, you just said that there's a katana or samurai sword.
Yeah, there was a katana the black person had. It
There's
was
pictures of it actually too.
yeah,
That's crazy.
the sword of it. I think it was some of the Meiji Restoration era, or it was like a legit, katana, was just from made or dye with the Japanese people. Well, obviously, but
Yeah.
because it had it wasn't fake because it had those things that that legit Japanese people, craftsmen, would make their samurai swords by, and he had all of that, and so it wasn't a fake one, so it was just a legit thing.
Yeah, it makes me wonder like how that sword was acquired.
That's extremely badass, dude. I hope it was used in battle, dude, to fuck some people up.
That'd be hilarious. Big ass Blackfoot running into combat with a goddamn katana.
Yeah, you just see some Native
That's like some
running with
cosplay 2.0, man.
Yeah, that is hilarious, man. He just runs into a samurai sword, cuts somebody's head off, some redcoat's head off.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, they did say
Assassin's Creed 5, right there.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit.
Wasn't it even the British that said that the natives fought better on horseback than British did? Or like
yeah, the British military tactics were just archaic, very archaic. Even wearing red is archaic, yeah. But it's funny that they literally appropriated indigenous battle tactics as they moved west. But I think there's history to be said that what we know as colonials adopted a lot of Eastern woodlands battle tactics from their allies that defeated the British. So it literally became their worst enemy.
Yeah, there are units that basically did like the past military units that did work with or train with the indigenous warriors, such as the Mi'kmaq and whatnot. I think it was the Mi'kmaq or one of those eastern, one of those eastern tribes nearby in the east. They formed units to. I think it's called the Green Rangers.
As a northern native, I'm gonna say this because I want to come clean on something. I am jealous, bro. I am jealous of those obsidian battle axes that Mesoamericans had. I don't know what tribe or nation it was.
Oh, it was general Mesoamerican technology. So like
that is
multiple.
badass. Oh
yeah,
my
like basically
God.
most of the tribes in the Mesoamerican area, they would use that. Yeah.
Like a giant fucking club with jagged rocks on it.
Oh yeah. No, I bought one. I have it hanging in my living room.
So every nation used that? Do you know the origin of it or obsidian? I mean, how did that? Do you know any history on that at all?
So obsidian is just it's just like basically solidified lava essentially. It's volcanic glass actually. Yeah, volcanic glass. So they were able to fashion it off of that, but from what I understand, I don't know with what nation it originated with, but as with any war technology, it spread to other places, right? So most of the Mesoamerica was using the Macawi, I think that's how you say it. They were using that weapon along with the armor. Like the Ichkapili is what they call it, like the cotton, thick woven cotton armor. It's similar to a European gambeson. I also bought one of those, but that was also used widespread in the Mesoamerica. It was this widespread indigenous technology, war technology, essentially.
So Juan Cholo, did your ancestors wield that shit around? That was badass, man.
I actually have some Tlaxcalan ancestors. Like those were the enemies of the Mexica or the Aztecs. So some of my ancestors did, but the Guachichis, like my nation that I belong to, we didn't. We primarily used like stone hammers, stone mallets, and bows and arrows. We were like really good archers. So that's essentially what we used.
Yeah, I wish we established trade with a Lakota. I mean, I would think with obsidian, how fast you could probably fashion arrowheads with those.
Oh yeah, so like my tribe did use obsidian arrows. They said that the obsidian arrows was so fine that it would pierce through the Spanish chainmail and go through the links and kill them.
Oh wow, really? Go through the chainmail? Oh my God.
Yeah, which is insane because chainmail is very hard. It's very effective, but the fact that it could go through the chainmail is insane to me.
So it would pierce through what we would probably know as metal chainmail? Is that what you'd say, right?
Yeah, riveted chainmail. Yeah, riveted chainmail.
Riveted, probably steel, you'd say, or
yeah, it was. I guess it was like so thin that it would just go through the links. I think that's what it was.
Oh, huh.
But yeah. I mean, another thing I was gonna say, Lakota, is a lot of times with these reports about how the Spanish like really dominated like the indigenous people in warfare, I don't buy because they say something ridiculous like 100 Spaniards taking out 6,000 indigenous soldiers, and that's just not how it would go in real life. Because the Spaniards weren't even in full plate armor. Like they weren't even like knights with lances or anything. They were men that they had breastplates and they had like the helmet, but their faces was open, their legs were really exposed. So it's impossible for you to tell me 6,000 indigenous warriors couldn't have flung like slingshot rocks and arrows and pierced their legs or like their fucking faces and necks. Like they weren't fully armored. So for you, like that, like these history books act like they were like invincible knights in full plate, and it's like they weren't. It's like it's completely fantasy. 100 men cannot take out 6,000. Even if they were full plate knights in armor, and they would still not be able to take out 6,000 people. I'm sorry.
Not to mention they would get tired.
They would get tired. That's what I'm saying. So even if they were in full plate, like they would still lose. So it's just ridiculous when I hear that these men that weren't even fucking full plate took out 6,000. It's like that's fantasy. That's fake. You can't do it.
I want to say thanks to Dioko Arcte for the beautiful comment. Thank you, sister, so much. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, Juan Cholo, I always imagine in my head like Antonio and Banderas facing off against Juan Chola and Marcus with Obsidian against their like chicken legs, against his chicken legs. Yeah, there's no, I don't see Antonio Banderas winning that war.
Yeah.
No, he'd be crushed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the Sioux or the Lakota. We call them the Sioux over here. I don't know what
That's all
Why?
right. Either one. Where it's a lot of older folks say Sioux still, so it doesn't. I don't have any feelings on that at all. So that's cool.
Okay, yeah, because that's what I was been taught. So they call them the Sioux because primarily this is a place called the Sioux Lookout. Yeah, but anyways, I think it was the Sioux or the Lakota. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, we're the same. Yeah,
yeah,
same
yeah. But I think they had it as this bow and arrow, and I think the arrow would go through a buffalo, and it would go if you shoot through the buffalo, and it would go through the buffalo or something like that. Was that true?
Yeah. So that's a really cool that you know that. Actually, I didn't expect anyone to bring that up tonight, but it looks okay. Real quick, based off your understanding, does Radical Latino support WABOs? According to our survey says 57% say yes, he does support WABOs.
Yeah, I put this felt full on. I wanted to see what people thought.
But yeah, so back to your point. So the arrowheads that we had were a lot different than a lot of other tribes, Red. And even our arrows, right? They were shaped like a crescent moon. So we would use the wood in our area and we would form it with fire to a point where it's so elastic. We would have a lot of I don't know what you call that type of force where it's where you bend, that bending velocity, right? So you'd have more velocity on the arrow. So yeah, in that aspect, our arrow technology was a lot different. They were a lot longer than other arrows were because of they would give them a little bit more flight time and a little more directing. And a lot of the arrows piercing through buffalo, I heard that before. That probably happened around the neck area where there was more fatty, right? Because the arrow would pierce through fat before anything else. But I've heard that before happen there. But at Sioux Lookout, I know that was a place where I believe a lot of Cree that was a defensive area for the Cree. Is that correct?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm not around there. But I thought the bow and arrow thing was pretty cool too. I was like, huh, yeah, that's pretty fucking cool. It's pretty wicked.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's shaped like a crescent moon. It's a really cool the way they used to do it. It'd be from one tree itself, and they'd forge it in fire, put it in water, and let it rest for like a day. Come back, and they would bend it. They would bend it around this other tree and make it more elastic, right? So because that would increase the velocity of the actual the wood itself. And with the arrow, they'd make it a lot thinner, and then they would put different feathers on the back to make it kind of more stable in flight. So a longer, thinner arrow, more in flight, but with a thicker arrowhead, made for a high velocity shot, right? And that's kind of what I was taught when I was growing up. What our arrows look like when my grandfather would say, look at the crescent moon, and that shape is the shape of a Lakota bow and arrow traditionally.
Yeah, I was taught. The only reason I knew about that is because I had a history teacher. I kind of hang around with natives in different communities, so he kind of like taught me that. In our history class, when we were talking about the plains tribes, and he would go on about the Crees and the Ojibways and the Sioux or the Lakota, as
Yeah. Yeah,
But
but
yeah.
I have much love for the Cree nations, man. You guys don't die, you multiply. Holy shit.
Yeah, a lot of us. Behind every tree is a Cree.
Yeah. What is it? Behind every tree is a Cree?
Yeah.
Man, that's great. Wow,
Yeah.
I never heard that.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah, I find that indigenous craftsmanship is pretty underrated. Like, not a lot of people would teach about that, and like we have like examples of the South, like South America, the Peruvians. What I think they're called. What are they called?
The Southern
Shit.
Peruvian?
Yeah, somewhere in Peru where they made an empire basically.
Oh, the Incans?
Yeah, the Incans. Yeah, we got that too. Like, well, you guys got that, and then there's the people in the desert that made their homes in the mountains or something like that. Or they just dug their homes in there, and that's a lost knowledge. And some of these things are being lost knowledge of these craftsmanship, and I find that should be like a collective or like a you know how military people like or countries train their children in certain stuff. Why don't we have like a community school or something like that of or community craftsman school or something like that nature to teach these type of stuff to keep the knowledge going.
Yeah, one thing that was a military tactic of the Lakota is that we would circle our enemies, right, with horses. When we became a horse nation, we weren't always horse nation. Shunka Wakan Oyate, a horse nation, right? We weren't always horse nations, but when we would not ride with saddles, so that when we were fighting an enemy, the Lakota were known to slide basically horizontal with the ground on one side of the horse while the other one faces the enemy. So we are literally behind our horse shooting arrows underneath the head, underneath the neck of the horse. So if you were to find a Lakota back in the 1800s and you were at war with them, they would literally circle you with a horse, go ride basically horizontal on the other side and shoot arrows at you underneath the horse neck. That's kind of the defensive stance that we would have to protect our body against enemies and stuff like that. And that no one knows that they think of Hollywood like, you know, the Lakota, they would have bows and arrows and ride straight at you on top of the horse shooting arrows. No, we were actually horizontal with the ground, literally hanging on with our legs and our thighs of the horse and shoot you underneath the neck of the horse.
That's pretty fucking deadly.
Yeah, it was a tactic to protect one's body, and we would have leather or some buffalo hide on the side of the horse. So if an arrow were to hit the horse, it would bounce off of it. Therefore, it was kind of with the speed of how that Lakota warrior was riding, they would ride horizontal underneath the neck of the horse, and you would never get a clear shot at a person's body at that point.
Yeah.
And we already talked about the bow and the velocity of the arrows at that point. All that led to like a what they call a military advantage.
Yeah. There's also another unspoken story that's actually out in the West or the BC. I believe it's the Haida, and the Haida they would basically go on these war parties or raids and they go collect slaves or whatever. They would just go raiding, and sometimes they brought people back alive, if I'm not
Haida?
mistaken. Yeah.
That's the coastal
The
Pacific
nation.
Northwest. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I think it was them that actually managed to. I guess training thing was to go on. They did manage to trade enough to get some to get cannons actually. So us being primitive, that's actually a bunch of bullshit. We had like guns. We had
fucking
like,
cannons. Haida with cannons, man. I never heard that. That's amazing.
Yeah, they did have the cannons and on their boats as well, and they would or something. But on these things, they would go and they attacked. I think it was a Spanish galloon or a British galloon or something like that, whatever. And they managed to blow it up or sink it. I forget which one, but you can look it up.
That's amazing. I didn't know that. So Joel says he descends from a tribe partly allied with the Zacatecos and Guachichiles. Is that right, Juanchola?
Yeah, Huachichilas. Yeah, asking him which one. I mean, it could be the Coxcanas. I'm not sure. There was various tribes around that area.
So did both of those tribes, did they speak Nahuatl or did they speak something else?
They spoke something else, but the Guachichil language, we only have like 400 words remaining. We're trying to see if we can find maybe sources or something with the Spaniards left over, maybe these old churches that would give us more of our language. Because, I mean, surely they had to communicate to convert a lot of our people, so surely they must have had a dictionary of some kind with this type of information. So,
yeah, no,
that's the hope. Otherwise, we're just stuck with 400 words.
I wanted to bring up the bow and arrows. They said that native bow and arrows are even more effective than crossbows. I think Juanchola, you had said that actually. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh wait, what was that? Sorry, I was reading a comment.
Oh, you're good. That bow and arrows are more effective than crossbows. that the Spaniards used?
Yes. Okay. So the drawback with crossbows is that they take forever to reload. Yeah, that's the drawback with crossbows. The advantage is you can give that to an untrained person, or it doesn't take long to train somebody with a crossbow because it's very similar to a gun. But bow and arrows typically can go farther. If the bigger they are, the more power they're going to have behind them, and it takes much more skill to wield a bow. It takes more years of training to wield it. So yes, a bow and arrow, and you can obviously shoot faster with the bow and arrow than you can with the crossbow. So that's why archers will usually always be crossbowmen. Yeah.
You know, a funny Lakota. I hate to. Please let me know when you want to shut up about this Lakota history. But one thing that I want to say is that by the age of 10, Lakota boys were able to shoot a grasshopper coming out of grass at like around like 20 yards or something like that with their bow by the time they're 10 years old.
God damn, that's some good shit right there.
Yeah, there's actually a book on that. Juancho, I'll send you it. It's a kid's book, but it's written by a historian on it. It's really cool. They would start out by they would have these wooden hoops with a hollow center, and they would go on a hill, and these like 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, they would roll these hoops down, and the goal of the game, I guess, is to shoot your arrow through the hoop, and the person that does that more and more wins, right? So they would start off on little games like that to the point where a lot of these 10, 11-year-olds would shoot 1 or 2 grasshoppers with one arrow jumping out of the air, right? That's how accurate they would need to be, because one thing that people don't understand is that arrows weren't just bought at like Target, right? Like you had to make them. And they were painstaking, and it took time, and you had to get turkey feathers, whatever type of feather, chicken, whatever feathers that you have, depending on what time we're talking about, right? You would have to get the feathers. You'd have to chisel the arrow. You'd have to manufacture the wood, because everything took a process. So these arrows weren't like, bought at a fucking store. So you had to be precise with every fucking shot. And I think that's the difference between us and settlers, is that settlers would buy wholesale like all this generic arrows and all these products, so they're able to go to war with less acumen, I should say, than say indigenous people.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I mean, like I said, the crossbowmen, like it took less training. They didn't go as long a distance. They took forever to reload. Same thing with the guns. I mean, the guns take forever to reload back then. I mean, that you're obviously going to shoot out more with bows and arrows, right? So yeah, no, the indigenous warriors were better in every sense of the matter. I think just at archery, even hand-to-hand combat, all that, because again, the Spanish a lot of these people were just too reliant on guns, right?
Firearms,
yeah. So I would say definitely the indigenous warriors take the win for a lot of that. If we had like, I would say if indigenous people had just better armor overall, like let's say like chainmail type of armor, any like Roman style type of armor, which is like lamellar armor, or just just basic breastplates, I think we would have stood a better chance. Like it would have just helped us, because armor plays a huge factor. It does save your life. Armor is everything a lot, with at least in ancient warfare.
Yeah,
definitely.
There's pros and cons with armor though, right? It's like less mobile with armor, right? So
it depends on how it's designed. So like European plate armor, contrary to like popular belief, because you see this in Hollywood, it actually is very mobile. You can run, jump, sprint in plate armor, but that's because it's evenly distributed. So it just depends how the armor is designed, as to how, if you can still stay mobile. Obviously, even with plate armor, even though you can be very mobile, you're still not going to be as mobile as somebody with no armor, right? So there is that.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think that would have changed the game for sure. I don't know what Spaniards had as far as armor. I know they had classic, what is it, steel or silver or something like that?
Oh yeah. So they had like the breastplates. They had the helmets. Sometimes they had the bracers, like which cover your forearms. Boots, right? But they, like I said, the reason why I have so much skepticism is because they weren't in full plate. So like they could, there's so many weak spots you could kill a Spaniard with, even with the armor. I mean, it helps for sure, but I mean, their neck is open, their face is open, their legs are open to attacks, to thighs. So I mean, there's there's so many weak spots if you're not literally covered in full plate. So that's why I just doubt so much of the sources that say like a low amount of them could defeat so many warriors. And like, no, I don't think so. That's unrealistic.
Right.
Plus,
I was about to go back to the what about the Lakota when they were training these boys to for fighting or survival, hunting, all that. There is historically speaking, there is a warrior societies back then, and there were like a different type of society on its own, like within the warrior society, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were called the dog soldiers, and as funny as that sounds, some of you may laugh, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. But I find the dog soldiers were pretty badass because these dog soldiers, they would, if there was like many of them, like enough to form their own band, they would literally train their own, all the women, the children to fight and to become a warrior. They did like legit train them in all sorts of stuff to fight, like to archery, to survival, bushcraft, and then they train them into tactics as well. Like they were basically just a legit warrior society, almost like the Spartans. Said they were the Spartans basically.
Yeah, you're talking about the Lakota?
Yeah, there were dog soldiers. So from what I understand, there were dog soldiers in different nations.
Yeah, so if you're talking about Lakota specifically, so we moved back to our ancestral homes of the Black Hills, where I was born. I was born in the Black Hills. We moved there in the 1720s, around 1720, from the Dakota, from what was known present day Minnesota to present day South Dakota. We were moving out west, right? In order to do that, our lands were already occupied by the Hadista, Arikara, the Kiowa, Omaha, a lot of these other nations that moved to where our ancestral homelands were because of good hunting, because the buffalo, the Pateshta Oyate, the Buffalo Nation already moved there. So what our leaders did is that we would have what we call Okola Kichie. Okola Kichie is a Lakota term for society, like men's society, right? And around what we know as the Missouri River, if you know where that is, kind of where present-day Chamberlain is, they spent years there formulating, changing these societies, men's societies. They used to be societies of character, know how to treat your elders and, know how to, be camaraderie, right? Non-military based. They changed them from that to a military-based society. So they became Okola Kichie warrior societies. And we had like 5 or 6 of them. Some of them I can name is the Akichita Society, which is the what we call the Soldier Society. We had the Mandan Society. We had the Kit Fox Society, which is another warrior society. And we had all these societies. We had the Scout Society too, which wore yellow. And the Scout Society was what you would consider the Navy SEALs of the Lakota warrior societies. Right? They're the best of the best of the best. Because that society specifically, they wore yellow, and a yellow with 2 red stripes. And that would signify a person that's part of that very elite warrior society. And why they were elite is because they were able to move hundreds of miles away from camp, 50 miles away, 100 miles away, and live by themselves for a month. They're able to hunt by themselves, live by themselves, and not have any smoke coming from their camp, able to start fires by themselves. They were in close proximity to the Pawnee, Ponca, Arikara, Kiowa. So they would sit in proximity to those camps, hidden, not detected for like a month, a couple weeks, and come back and report the size of that camp, the detailed regiments of that camp, the warriors of that camp, so that we were able to formulate an offensive on that camp and able to get better intel, right? So all these societies formulated, and we started pushing out west and upending all these nations on our way back to our ancestral home of the Black Hills. And we couldn't have done that without formulating warrior societies. And the difference between us and Spartans is Spartans were warriors, like that's all they did was practice war. Well, Lakota warriors, they would be, caretakers, they would be fathers, they would be sons. They'd be that most of the time. So we had no standing army. We had no like Spartan regiment where they were just military people. When the society was enacted, That's when they would mount up. They'd paint their horses, get their arrows ready, and then mount up. And one of the things we did is that we'd envelope the enemy. So you have an enemy camp, right? And we would have like a group of 4 or 5. Actually, Crazy Horse did that at the Battle of Fetterman. He played a decoy, so he would come on on the side, on the right side, making as much noise as he can. They'd have the Arikara camp or the Pawnee camp would have all their warriors. Oh, that's where the Lakota are coming from, right? And then they would envelope squads of 3 of about 50 warriors apiece to come from the north, east, and south and completely surround the enemy. And at that point, they would be backed up by hundreds of more Lakota, and we would circle the enemy at that point and ride side saddle, like I was talking about earlier, and shoot arrows underneath the horse and basically annihilate their soldiers or their warriors in the matter of a couple hours. And that's how we were successful.
Man, those are some impressive tactics.
Yeah, it's a circlement.
Yeah, it's a circumvent, right? It's a circle. I don't know what the battle tactic is, but
Encirclement.
yeah. So and the sad thing is, if you look at like Dance with the Wolves, I fucking hate that movie. God. The men speak the female dialect of Lakota, which is hilarious. But no one knows, right? Because Kevin Costner's talking like a woman the whole time. But one thing about that is that you see that circle envelope tactic played when they're fighting the Pawnee. But no one really knows the history of that, right? You just see it and you say, oh, that's kind of cool. But you don't know that was literally a battle tactic that they had. They did the same thing to Custer at Custer's Last Stand with a United States Army. They enveloped them in that way, and they basically put them on a hill. What Lakota were really good at was dividing a huge army into 2 different base groups and then enveloping them on 2 different sides. That way, dividing the force even more, causing more internal confusion, and also dusting up the interior of that area. So their horses would cause dust, right? So all this dust and confusion would happen, and we would shoot arrows inside that circle knowing we're going to hit an enemy. That's another tactic.
Makes me wonder if, like, guerrilla warfare, so many armies use that. Maybe they all copied it off Native Americans.
I was going to ask. Go ahead.
The British actually kind of did that with some units, the colonial nations. Not only colonial nations, but there was this thing called the Acadians. They're basically French. I think it was the Acadians that did the fight with a certain tribe. I think it was the Mi'kmaq, and they did fight with them. And they used what at the time what they call irregulars. Basically, they were, at the time, I think irregulars and militias were kind of looked down upon back in the day by the Europeans, but they were able to basically devastate the British. Yeah, and even the British even started copying the tactics of those Native Americans used against them. And I think it was the Americans they used Rangers or some sort. Same thing, but with like units, they didn't use these units didn't use line tactics or whatsoever. They used what they used tactics the same thing as the Native Americans did.
Yeah, they stole a lot of battle tactics because what they were doing wasn't working. I mean, think about this. These fucking idiot settlers came and they would form lines and they'd have like a drummer and wear bright red like dumbasses and like sit next to each other, ready, fire, and they would simply just stand up and shoot like bullets at each other. What kind of shit is it? You know what I imagine our ancestors looking at them like, what the fuck are these guys doing?
Yeah, no, it's completely insane. I don't know when that tradition happened, but that's a clear example of tradition being completely stupid as fuck. Because that was the European tradition right there to just do that
with a drummer and everything, though. Like, let's give away our position.
Yeah, they had this. They call it the gentleman warfare. I find it was really fucking dumb, man. Like, what's so fucking gentleman about killing another person? Like, shit. He's gonna kill you too. Why would you fucking whatever do all those formations? You're about to get killed. You're like looking like 50, maybe 100 yards away, 90 yards or something. So whatever, and so on. And this fucker is about to kill you.
And you know the fascinating part about that, bro, is that they would take a shot, their ball shot, right? And they would sit there and stand up and have to like refill it, put gunpowder, put that little ball in there, like spurt with it. I mean, it took them forever, right, to get another shot out. And you'd stand up the whole time, waiting to get shot. And then you get like a cannon just pointed right at you. I mean, what are you gonna do? You just stand there and look at a cannonball coming at you? Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, this shit happened to the Civil War still continued this bullshit. Can you guys believe that?
With the fucking modern weapon. Oh, at the time it was considered modern weaponry. It was fucking devastating. It killed a lot of Americans and a lot of combatants there in there.
Everyone in the comments is going on about Radical Latino while we're talking about all this history, Wanchola.
Oh, I mean, no, they were complimenting the history before, but then Radical showed back up and he was mad because I put a poll out, like, yeah, you saw the poll, so he was mad about the poll results, and I'm like, well, that's just what people think. Like, what do you want me to say? You haven't done a good job of convincing people you're not a Wabo supporter.
Is he a Wabo? Yes, 79%.
Yeah, and then he didn't get a single vote for no. Like everybody else was either I don't know, on the fence, or yes, and it's like so not a single vote for no.
Oh my God!
I would have voted yes.
He got skunked, bro. He got skunked.
Yeah, it's just just make it very clear you don't. But I mean, people have said, like I said, I don't really look into all this, but people have said he's gone on with Tariq Nasheed or whatever, who's rumored to be a Wabo or just a Wabo himself. So it's like, why do you get on with Tariq Nasheed or Aboriginal TV or if you're not a Wabo supporter, you know?
And you know his excuses all the time. I'm just doing research. I'm just trying to get all perspectives. Okay.
Well, there's only so much research you need. All the credible sources, like I said, the video I pointed to that Curly Tlapoyawa did on this, there's plenty of credible sources. You don't need to do an endless amount of research that spans months. We're just talking about a week's worth of research about hearing a couple podcasts, listening to how Black people are not here before 1492. It's really cut and dry. It doesn't require months of research and being on the fence.
Yeah, did his mother tell him he was Indigenous or something like that? And he just went with Latino.
I mean, his mother. He said that his mother speaks Quechua. I think he should identify with that. He should. I think he should embrace that. I think that would be honoring roots. I think that'd be awesome if he did that. But of course, he's free to do whatever he likes. But I mean, a lot of disconnected natives, right, detribalized natives. They would kill for an opportunity like that if one of their parents still spoke an indigenous language. It's like, well, what are you doing? You should learn that indigenous tongue. A lot of people don't have that opportunity. It's taken away from them from colonialism. It's like, don't let it go to waste.
Well,
yeah, I mean, a lot of reconnecting. I have that issue, as you were saying. A lot of them do, and you know how some nations are, or maybe there's not just nations but people as well. They would speak down on people, or even full-blooded people. They would say, "Oh, you're not full-blooded because you don't speak this language. Oh, you're not native because you don't live in the reserve." Even though I find that's dumb.
You know, I don't know. Hey, brothers, I don't know if he's trolling us, man, because he's coming on Indigenous podcast and said that Latinos. He's making an arbitrary line in the sand, right? Saying that Latinos don't include Mexico, right? He's saying South America. I tend to think he's a screw loose by not include. If people are like, you're not including Mexico in Latino, he's like, no. He was like South America only. I don't get. I think I don't know if he's trolling. I don't know if this is just a Wabo troll account or something.
No, it's a real.
It's a real person.
Account.
That's even sadder almost.
Yeah, I don't know. I just find some inconsistency sometimes. It's like, of course, your opinions can change, but I mean, if they're always flip-flopping on the same thing over and over, are you being genuine? That's what I ask.
No, he's a fence rider. Fence riders, mount up.
Mount up.
It was a clear black night.
And look, if Radical's listening to this, I'm not attacking you or anything, but I mean, you yourself are not making it very clear to. Obviously, the poll showed that most people do not think that you do not support Wibbles. They think that you do, or they don't know. So, I mean, that's a failing on your part that you need to make very clear.
Not to mention, they haven't mentioned Marcus or Juan hasn't really said their own opinion. either. It's just the viewers.
Oh yeah, that too. Oh, by the way, Red Wolf, I don't know if you saw, but I tagged you on a poll. Like, I sent you a message, anyways. But anyways, I ran a poll saying if people wanted to use a return guest, and 93% of people said yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, so most people here watching want you to come back. So that's good, man. So we definitely want to have you back in the future.
Okay, I'll come back. I was thinking of doing like coming out here and there, anyways.
Oh yeah, that sounds good. Whenever you want to, whenever you get a chance, you can always drop in on live stream. You're most welcome here.
Thank you. Miigwech.
And by the way, guys, Red Wolf's pretty good at chess. You know, we play occasionally.
Really? Huh?
Yeah, we fight it out occasionally. We always do 2 matches.
How long does a match take?
That kind of depends, but I would say like what, 15 minutes, Red Wolf?
Yeah, around there. Except for that one match.
Yeah.
Yeah, chess just is crazy confusing, man. It's so much strategy in there. I've tried playing it, and I just get my ass handed to me every time.
It just takes some getting used to. You get pretty. I just think it's really fun. I was asking like people here if they ever wanted me and Marcus to like versus each other like on a live, and they said yeah. So we'll do it eventually.
Oh, that'd be great. You got to do it with one of those animated chessboards though, that like have the knights like cutting off the penis to the other knight or something like that.
That'd be funny as fuck.
Yeah, well, that's what we could do. You know, Wancho and I still haven't met yet, so yeah, we could just like have a video of us playing chess.
Well, I mean, I told them
Live
if we
stream
like,
that.
I told them like we should spar with like some polypropylene swords. I think that'd be entertaining.
You guys haven't met yet, man. I didn't know that. I know.
Yeah.
No, we're shooting. If we can't do it this month in December, then definitely like at the start of the new year, like around January, because I'll be switching to a new job and I'll have my weekends off, so we'll be good to go for that.
You guys are so close. It seems like you guys live in one room with a bunk bed.
No, he's in Illinois. I'm in Alabama. I think he's like 6 hours away driving.
Yeah, about 6-7 hours away. So, yeah, it does. People probably think that we like live like really close by or something, but we actually live like really freaking far.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was I gonna bring back about? Was it Wabos? Someone said Wabos work at Waffle House.
Oh my god, dude!
What?
That's fucking funny, dude.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
They're like, you want some more syrup? We've been here. You want some more syrup? We've been here.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but
Maybe
yeah,
we pay with pennies, because they're copper colored. Anyway, go ahead. Enough jokes.
I was
Wobble
saying like
House.
I was telling some of my
Wobble House.
viewers, I was like, we need to take copper back. They shouldn't have that BS. Like we're actually copper color, not that.
I mean, aren't pennies mostly zinc though? I mean, how is that a litmus test?
Oh, like so for pennies are like a mix of like actual copper and zinc. But if you look at pure copper, like most of us have the skin tone of pure copper, so it's kind of funny. Like and like Wabos, obviously, they're African, so they're like black. So it's just not a good test. It's like you guys are not copper colored.
Yeah, that's dirty penny. They always compare them to dirty pennies, man. I don't get it. Zinc people.
Yeah, the pennies are just fucking.
Yeah, no. If you
brown.
take 100% pure copper, like it's literally the skin tone most of us have. Like not everybody that's indigenous, but a lot of us that are. So that's what's like. We need to take that term back. They need to stop saying they're copper. They're not.
yeah, those Wabos, man. I don't know what their like goal is because. I mean, you see a Lakota guy, they get like money sent to them like through Patreon, but like I think they just like try to. I don't even want to say spit a big game because they don't. They just say all this crazy stuff, and somehow people are dumb enough to send them money, and so they just keep on like saying crazy things, like especially Aboriginal TV.
To be honest, in my opinion, I think they're just a fucking cult, and these people know it. Well, the leaders or the preachers, they know it, but they keep pushing this because maybe it might just work, and they might actually get some land, like the Algonquins in the Ontario.
Let's give them a Waffle House.
We could
Call it
definitely-
even.
Oh my god. It's fucking funny, dude. That was a roast. I just started laughing when I heard that shit.
I mean,
It's a grift though, for sure, absolutely. You know, and they sell Patreon. They sell like clothes and books and all the people on top. Like Tariq Nasheed, the dude has made millions of dollars off this grift. He sells the Hidden Colors series, right? He sells it on Amazon. He sells books. He has like a YouTube subscription service, all this stuff. I mean, the guy's making money off fucking low information people, man.
Yeah, and see, this is the crazy part. I like it's ridiculous, but yet I don't see like a lot of people are afraid to call this out because they want to be called. They'll be labeled anti-black, but it's like, why are you afraid of? Like, first of all, we're not anti-black, and second of all, if somebody called me that, I'm not going to be afraid of it. I'm just going to simply retort, well, you're anti-indigenous. We can both play the anti-accusatory game. It doesn't matter. You know, we're just defending our heritage. So
Yeah, I think that afraid of white being called anti-black is like white fragility seeping its way into us. Because I have no. If you want to call me, that's fine. I'll call you anti-indigenous, like you said, right? Like
yeah.
Indigenous people are literally the lowest rung POC community in the United States. We have the lowest mortality
100%.
rate. We are killed by police at a higher rate per capita than anyone else. We are incarcerated more than anyone else. You know, like we have the lowest mortality rate, lowest infant mortality rate, the highest domestic crime by people that are not Indigenous on us. So like you want to claim like Oppression Olympics, fucking we win the gold medal, but we're not bringing that up, right? So you want to call us anti this, anti that. I'm anti fucking establishment. I'm anti goofiness. You know, I mean, I'm anti racism, and that's what. See, so this is the game they play, right? Well, you're racist. They say you're racist, right? Okay, so they try to say that. Then you have to say, well, point to a thing that I said was racist. Well, you use the term wabble. The term wabble is racist. Okay, so why is it racist? Oh, it's racist because it's against African American people. No, it's not against all of. They're not all wabbos. Will Smith is not a wabbo. You know what I'm saying? Like we're this low information cult group are wabbos, right? So and then they're saying you're racist. Okay, so you say, well, can you guys be racist? And then you. And then they say, well, no,
I had to do it.
Well, like another thing, Lakota is like even okay. Let by the Democrat standard of like the new definition of racism about like positions of power, systematic, all that BS. Like, well, we can't be racist anyways. By that standard, like of
right, isn't race tied to like political power? If so,
yeah, institutional.
We are the least people that can be racist.
Yeah, exactly. So we like by their own standards, we can't even be racist. So like, this is stupid to even say that.
Right, exactly. And I think DG193 said it perfectly. He said, you can't be afraid to be called names defending your own history and culture. Because if you do, like, you're going to be afraid of everything. Like, look, and I get it. In 2021, brothers, cancel culture is huge right now. People they're trying to cancel in fact, the last couple of weeks, someone tried to cancel me for some bullshit that never happened.
Yeah, I remember watching that. Yeah, I remember the Chief Bedbug.
That's why I sent you a message like telling you that I supported you. Like I was like I hope he's not like letting them get to him because I mean that was a bunch of bullshit.
They tried to say I was anti-Mesoamerican indigenous people.
I think it was a lot of bullshit
that is
too.
Completely fucking false.
That's so stupid, isn't it?
I kind of miss watching the AIADO because I find, no offense to whoever's the ADO on their panelist, but I find look what the guy was just the show or something. But anyways, I was going back to
that, yeah.
Back to the cancel. You know, there are it's like they have this perception of black people can't be racist or something like that, or I don't know where like, well, I don't know. I just there are racist people in every ethnicity. That's just a fact. But when the people call us anti-black for calling out the wobbles, it's like calling out a Nazi and say we're anti-white. But no, that's not true at all. I find that's dumb.
Yeah, I agree. Radical Latino, something he's for sure is a race. See, he was that guy yesterday saying all that shit. He's the same guy.
Yeah, he's butthurt about Wabo term, even though it's not racist at all.
Yeah, and not only that, like you literally can be a wabo that's non-black if you subscribe to wabo theories, dude. It's
Well, you literally explain that to him. Like,
It's
when you
I don't-
it's
I don't
literally
get it,
not,
bro.
it's literally not exclusive to black people either.
Right.
There's this thing called pretendians, we call them, and yeah, it's not exclusive to black people. It's just a term we use for wannabe aboriginals, like this episode was about earlier.
So what is Radical Latino's end game here? Is it to troll Indigenous podcasts and troll AIDL? I mean, do you want attention? Do you want a father figure? I will be your father figure. Put your time. I'm not going to sing anymore. But.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I've just been confused that he's gone a little bit. Like he seems to go back and forth on the Wabo thing over and over again, and it's like
It's attention.
It's like you should make up your mind. Like obviously the evidence points to one side, and it's that they were not here prior to 1492. So why you subscribe to that, I don't know. And it's like if it's just for views and attention, then I condemn that. That's not something you should try to milk for attention or views. You know, this is a serious issue.
Just speaking as an Indigenous person, there were no stories of us talking to black people or meeting with black people or meeting with black nations. We only met them during the colonial era. Like that's just a bunch of bullshit. Well, when they say they are the first ones here, that's just a bunch of bullshit. The first ones here were us Indigenous.
Yeah, we had a term, Sapa Oyate, right? That's the term, the Lakota term, black people, right? Black people, and they were different than so like there's of course there's no history. I mean, what are we kidding ourselves, right? It's funny when we get like, no, of course there wasn't. Of course,
we haven't really had an episode on this podcast dedicated to dunking on Wabos. Maybe we should get the four of us again with maybe our friend Kristen. He's a Mohawk. He feels strongly about that. We need to get the five of us to dunk on Wabos on an episode. It'd be great.
I'll be up for it.
I'd be down.
So, do you guys have a Discord? Because I'm hearing something about a Discord.
Yeah, I'm actually in there as well, and I actually have learned a couple things in there as well.
Yeah, we have dialogues in there. Like not everybody in the Discord agrees with every single viewpoint me and Marcus have, but we just talk about stuff in there. But it's pretty cool.
It's a mix of ideology and beliefs.
Is Radical Latino in the Discord?
He is not.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's not in there.
I was just laughing earlier when when you just went for him. I just started laughing.
To my knowledge, he's not. But when we first started the Discord, I guess we had a lot of Hispanos that went in and went in disguise as natives or something. And when I mean Hispanos, I mean people that really prize the mestizaje, la casma. Jose Vasconcelos.
I just called them the Hispanic. Holy fuck! What the fuck is more of English? Hispanista. Yeah, there you go. Fuck.
Yeah.
The Hispanistas. They had went into our Discord actually a lot earlier. I don't know why. I guess they were just obsessed with us. But now things are more controlled. But there's always some sort of spy that we have to worry about. That tries to sneak in. But I think someone said here something about Tariq Nasheed is the worst. Yeah, he's not a very good guy. I watched one of his videos regarding natives, and he just spread so much fake BS, and he has such a large following. I don't know how people can believe him.
I think on when we do that the Wobble episode, I'm not sure when you guys want to do that.
We can definitely do it this month. I'm down.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to think. I think Tuesday night would be, if you guys are available Tuesday night. It's coming Tuesday night.
When all this COVID stuff ends, which is probably going to be never ever, but we should have a Indigenous podcast cruise or something.
Oh, that'd be pretty neat.
Yeah, and drop off all the Wabos somewhere.
No, we definitely have to do it. If Crispin can't attend, we'll find a fifth. But definitely the four of us, I think, need to dunk on some Wabos in an episode.
Radical Latino could come and be our mascot. He could wear like a mascot suit. And
Oh my god.
we could put him on a plank and play music. And...
Oh my god.
But yeah, I think I could talk about some of the stuff they'd be using. The wobbles. They legit use some underhanded stuff, and they use manipulation. They have used this against, like, I watched this on your at the IDL show. I watched this about that woman who was a black ally and got manipulated or something like that with the that woman there who was saying she was Native American, but she wasn't. She was just African who took surgeries to make herself look more native, stuff like that.
You're talking about Camilla?
I think that's her. Yeah.
Camilla is the biggest like pretendian. We call her 31 flavors because she literally has said she belongs to 31 different tribes. She said Sapani Sioux, she said Blackfoot, she said Mexica, she said she's from a pueblo in Oaxaca. She literally said that, right? And you see her dancing in a way, and she tried to appropriate De los Muertos. I'm really bad at saying those things, but yeah, she's just the biggest con artist. She's literally committing a federal offense selling beadwork, by the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, shout out to Destiny for finding her family tree. We found her family tree. She has no indigenous ancestry at all, 0. In fact, there's a picture of her when she was 9. She looks completely different than she does now. I'm talking about completely different. So, I mean, these guys are going to go through the links. I mean, I think one of our allies here, our African brothers, Raz Moyes, said that Tariq Nasheed now is saying that Ados are actually indigenous people. Because if you guys remember a year ago, Tariq Nasheed was saying that they are African people, right? So now he's saying that they are actually indigenous people. So it's getting worse, man. If these guys go full on Wabo, man, and you know who else is doing it? Gyasi Ross, bro. Gyasi Ross, for those that don't know, is a quote unquote Blackfoot citizen, right? But he also did the Million Man March with Yonazda, who claims to be Lakota, but she literally is part of Nation of Islam and try to give out all these like NOI pamphlets at Dakota Access Pipeline. So like he has ties, and he's been saying a bunch of Wabo shit in his Twitter feed.
Yeah, when we do that episode, I would get more into about the celebrities, because it's not just Tariq Nasheed, it's actually other rap artists as well, like Ice Cube. Ice Cube is actually a Wabo.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I propose next Tuesday around 8 or 9 p.m. If anything.
So we'll go after Tariq Nasheed, Camilla, Aboriginal TV,
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube.
Yeah, it's sad, dude. It's so sad. All these things are happening. What is that? Waka Flocka said he's Black Toe. Remember that? Okay. Waka Flocka. So he says he's indigenous.
Oh my god.
So go after Waka Flocka. That's 5.
Oh my god, what a busy show.
Who is Chief Yellowknife or Butter
Oh
Knife?
my god, dude. He is the dumbest of the dumb, bro. He said, okay, I got him recorded, Chief Yellowknife, saying that 5G is going to make your kids homosexual. He literally said that. Wow. He said that it is changing sexual orientation, 5G. I have him recorded saying that. And he's so homophobic, man.
Chief Butter Knife. I remember.
Chief stolen butter knife from Waffle House.
Chief stolen
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's too funny.
But all right, guys. Yeah, I guess we should probably conclude. We 4 hours into here.
Are we still throwing the after party?
No, I'm probably gonna hop off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is one.
You need to go
a lot
to
of
sleep.
fun,
You got
bro.
work, dude.
I don't mind being here for the after.
All right, we can talk.
Right.
But yeah, Coda Guy, thank you so much for coming on. Red Wolf, you too. Obviously we'll talk in the after party. Juan Chaloa, you got to get to sleep. But and I want to thank everyone else for coming on and listening. I really appreciate it. Again, thank you so much for your support in what you're doing, for this channel, and that we all want to build a better life for all of us. Juan Choloa, do you have anything to add, or anyone else?
No. To the haters, we hate you too.
The haters, but now you can't give dislikes. Too bad. But yeah, hope you all have a good Wednesday night.
Gabby, that's what she said. Yeah, go ahead. She said, surprised I last this long. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. But yeah, again, thanks so much, everybody. But I am going to log off. So good night, everyone. And in broadcast.